All right, all right, all right. Let's switch this over. I thought I had it switched over.
Oh, no, you didn't.
There we go. Let's do this again. This is Andrea and Andrea.
Love crossing borders.
Love crossing
Yes,
borders.
sir.
It is Sunday night. We got your girl here, guys.
Obvio.
We got your girl here. We got a great topic this evening for you guys. We're going to be talking about how to rent property.
Yeah.
Just rent, not purchase. Just renting your first apartment here in Colombia. These rules apply to no matter what city you're in.
Exactly. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you very, very well.
Yeah, baby, you used it to the mouse. I'm sorry. Okay. Hello, everybody. I hope that you guys having a really great weekend and week, obviously. You know, I'm going to start with the super chat. Thank you so much, Steven, for your donation. Andre and Andrea, happy Sunday to you all. Greetings to everyone. Just enjoy the chat. Please smash the like button. Obviously.
We like you. Make sure you like us too, because
Oprah coming next. Once I establish this as a place of truth,
I'm gonna start,
yeah.
Oprah is coming next. So once we establish this as a place of truth, guys will be coming in. So like Andre say, click that like button.
Yes, sir. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna start with let me see. Jimmy, thank you so much for being here. Thank you a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Victory, thank you so much for being here. Father of many nations, thank you so much for
Abraham down here in the building.
Thank you a lot.
Tevin King.
I already did it.
You did, Tevin King?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, ma'am. I appreciate that.
Yeah, okay. Suave Prince. I like that name, Suave. Thank you, David, for being here too.
Salute to you, David.
There you go. Black Empowerment. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Long life and prosperity to you all. Thank you so much. Jay Fleming is here too.
Shout out to my man, Jay. Make sure you guys subscribe to Jay Fleming's channel.
Yes, sir. Okay. We're done, I think.
No, we got 42 people in here.
Exactly.
You got a long way to go.
I know, right? Okay, thank you so much, you guys. Peace and prosperity to the family. Thank you so much from Los Angeles.
Them LA boys. Let me give you a shout out. Hold up for a second, babe. All right, shout out to you guys.
Okay, all right. You boy.
Sean D. Upshaw. Let's get Sean that also the Detroit shout out. Give me a second, babe. Let me get Sean at Detroit.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with Sean D. Upshaw.
Okay, we got the great one. Hola, all this Andres Ray. Thank you, Andre, for your help.
All right.
Okay, that's right. Okay, thank you so much, you guys, for start coming to the live stream. We got another one here. Thank you so much for your donation. Happy to see you.
Shout out to my man, Zay.
Peace in abundancia, blessings. LA in the house.
Oh yeah, hold on for a second. Let me get that LA drop again.
Oh boy. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know, right? Dre.
Shout out to my man David once again.
David, thank you so much for your donation. No, thank you so much. God bless you. Gucci. Okay.
And tonight's topic again, guys. We got 56 people in the building. Shout out to you guys being here.
Why are you funny?
Oh yeah.
Thank you. I like Black Scorpion.
Oh yeah, one of my favorite YouTube names.
Okay. Yeah.
In the building.
Okay.
All right, guys. As we were saying, we got a 2-part topic tonight. First part is how to rent real estate here in Colombia. We're not just talking about vacationing. We're going to talk about vacation and relocation. So be ready for that. After that, Andre is going to leave, and it's just going to be us discussing what's taking place in the States with these immigrants, because it has gotten out Say it again, babe.
I mean, part 1 is with me, part 2 is with you.
Yeah, part 1 is with Andrea, part 2 is with Andre. And I kid you not, guys, it is crazy what's going on in the States. Basically, the same crime wave that's happened in South America has moved its way up to United States, and literally the same things that they are doing in South America, they're now doing in Colombia.
And worse now because it's snowing in New York.
Again?
Yeah, it's snowing in New York.
Oh, it's snowing
super
again.
cold in New York. Super cold in New York right now.
Shout out to my man, International.
Wait a second. Okay, let me.
Afron in the building.
Chinatown and what?
Shouttown. Hold on, I got this Shouttown drop.
And you say Shot City,
Got some.
Shot City, Shot City. I'm coming home again.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And my man, the International Quiet Storm, always in the building, always supporting. Great moderator like the rest of our moderators.
Thank you so much. Oh, wait a second. Victory.
Shout out to my man Victory, them Ohio players.
Thank you so much, Victory, for your donation.
We got 67 in the building. Click that like button. You know we like you, and we already know.
Oprah coming next.
Thank you so much, you guys, for your donation. We got here. Stop. Okay, that's great. It stopped yesterday, but it's cold. Yes, I heard that. Okay, wait a second. Thank you a lot, you guys. Okay, yeah, it's called they bring immigrants to Toro. What?
Wow. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Dang. They bring immigrants, the Canadian boys.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, "Oh,
that's
Canada."
too bad, and that is so sad. Relaxing sounds
of the earth. Like that name. I like that name.
Wow, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Real World. Shout out to you, Real World.
I did it. 63 people in the live stream.
Thank you very much, guys, for clicking that like button. Once again, we're going to be talking about the first half will be with Andrea, second half will be with me, and we're going to be discussing first. Shout out to International Quiet Storm. We're going to give you the drop. Also to my man James for the $50 cash app.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to you, brother.
Let me guess because I don't have the
headphones,
but it's the bike sound, right?
Yeah.
It was the yeah, I can tell. It was the bike sound.
I should have just gave you this one, and I took this one, and we could.
No, but
wait a minute.
No,
this was for that ear. That was for this ear. Now you hear it.
No, okay, there, Yankee.
Okay, now you can hear it. Now you can hear everything.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
There we go.
Oh my God. oh, Jesus. Okay. Thank you so much for your donation. Peace and good evening, Andrea. I hope all is well. In Cali, Colombia, I always double check and I spell it right before I send. Thank you.
Especially since your girl Andre here, you already know how she's going to say it. Make sure you use double O with Colombia, not a U.
Yeah.
All right, let's get ready to get started. Tonight's topic is, we look kind of funny sharing headphones, but we're doing that tonight. And so, so shout out to you guys being here. And make sure you click that like button because you guys already know.
Oprah coming next. Once I establish this as a place of truth. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, click that like button because Oprah is coming next. All right, guys. You're on vacation and you've come to South America, any parts of South America, but we're going to talk about Colombia specifically. And you rented an Airbnb and you're like, you know what? I like being here. So we're going to talk about the first stage of renting an apartment here in Colombia, and which is?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the easy ways to rent in Colombia.
And so that's the topic.
Yeah, obviously, but that gives you the experience, how to live here. And the number one is Airbnb for vacations.
The reason why we choose Airbnbs over hotels is this. For those of you that are thinking about living in any country, that country having your own apartment, having your own kitchen, going to the grocery store, buying food, ordering food, it gives you the feel of what it would be like to live in that country. We tell guys during consultations, when you go to a hotel, it lets you know you're a visitor, you got to get out of here.
Yeah.
But an Airbnb lets you feel, because you're going to learn, you're going to meet the hosts, you're going to meet people in the community. Here in Colombia, you're going to meet the security guards that's in the neighborhood. Things like that will give you that home feel to let you see, you know what? I might be comfortable with being here. So the first thing that we often say when you come to Colombia and you're considering living here. Now, if you're just coming on vacation, you get a hotel room, that's cool.
Yeah.
But would you agree that if a person wants to live here or thinking about living here, it'd be better for them to get an Airbnb?
Obviously, I always recommend that, you guys. I mean, I always said, if you're coming for vacation, then no problem. Hotel room is fine. But if you're thinking about it to relocate here, it's better to rent Airbnb. And I always suggest to Airbnb that is close to everything, to banks, to malls, to supermarkets, to gym, to your normal life. Like if you, it's a perfect example. You can see how is your life here, how's gonna be your life here. So that's what we did, you remember.
Yeah, that's what we did.
But that's why that Airbnb that I remember, it was almost 5-6 years
Out
ago.
west by the museum.
Exactly, it was fun, it was cool, but it was far away from the supermarket. You remember?
Yep.
It was far away from the supermarket and everything. So I was like, it's fine. Obviously, it looks nice, but I always recommend you guys that rent Airbnb, and you have everything close, everything, the gym, the restaurants, bakeries, all, like normal, like Colombian normal life.
Click
Yeah.
that. Click International Choir Store for me. I want to respond to that. That's a
Wait a
good
second.
statement.
Wait a second.
hmm IQ says, he says the thumbnail got my attention. A 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom for 350. When we first got our place, this place that we're in now, it was right around that amount. Am I correct? Like 380, 350?
Yeah, let me because how is the dollar right now? Let me do the 350 is right now.
And when we
Oh yeah,
and even our
obviously.
rental increase over 5 years of being here is like 420 now.
It's like 450 right now
Oh,
with
450.
everything.
Okay,
With
450.
everything included. But yeah, $300, $350 you can find here. A really nice, even a really nice apartment with 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms. I won't say in the luxury area, no, but
Right.
in the middle class area, you can find those type of apartments because I look every single night apartments. So yeah, you can find that, or around $800 you can find a bigger place in a really nice area, strata 5 or 6, but under the $1,000 you can find a really nice place here.
One thing that Andre did when I first came here and I'm looking at apartments and I was talking about, well, I'm going to spend $1,000 when I get, and Andre was like,
Mm-hmm.
what are you doing? Even our Airbnb host told me I was crazy. Andre, it's crazy to come here to spend $1,000 on an apartment. And I was like, why? And he was like, because it doesn't take all that for your first apartment. I'm going to say that again. It doesn't take all that for your first apartment. A lot of guys come down here and get a large apartments and $1,000 apartments, but that's because they are in certain parts of Medellin, like El Poblado, which is one of the most expensive locations in all of South America. I'm going to say that again. El Poblado, Medellin, that little small neighborhood is one of the most expensive locations in all of South America.
Yeah.
So don't think that most of Colombia is the price of El Poblado.
No.
Are there $1,000 apartments here? Yes, they are. Our
Yeah.
people, can you get something that's a really nice place for far less than that? We're living proof that you can.
Exactly. And another thing, you guys, is just like obviously in Medellin this year, it, obviously for you guys, like, no, that's super cheap, but for Colombians that they want to move to Medellin for work or whatever, it's really hard to find an apartment because there's a lot of foreigners that they take in those houses or apartments and everything, and that's the fight right now.
Mhm.
paisas, but we want to rent an apartment, we want to rent a house, but it's hard because it's just full of foreigners. Now Medellin is like that. It's like Mexico, the all the region that Mexico is close to the U.S. border is the same thing that is going on right now with Medellin.
And that's go ahead,
Yeah,
Nate.
and that's where the rent is getting increased in Medellin for everybody
And,
because it's a lot of foreigners that they wants to live in Medellin. So yeah,
and that's why one of the reasons why we enjoy Cali, because there's not that many tourists here, interrupting the cost of living for locals
yeah.
as well as us that are coming down here. So you
It's
get a
like a
great.
gem.
Go
It's
ahead,
like a
baby.
how do you say those diamonds that is hiding
The
like a
diamonds,
no those rocks they're like a hidden. You said it before, hidden gem.
high end gems or rare gems or
No, it's like a secret spot. Cali like a secret spot.
a hidden gem.
Eso.
Yeah, it's like a hidden gem that nobody knows about. Some people are discovering Cali, and those that do come to Cali usually come to Cali because they want to uh, relocate to a really nice, relaxing location.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys. So your boy, he's open his big mouth and say, "I pay $1,000." I was like, Okay." Then when you boy told me, "Let's live together," I was like, "Okay, so it's not gonna be $1,000." In
Oh,
my head, no, it's gonna be at least under the $500.
yeah,
Yeah, because I I
yeah, I
I
remember
thought
that.
I thought like, okay, the bills. Oh, sorry, you can hear me?
Yeah,
Okay,
can you hear you?
yeah, the bills in that time we didn't have any transportation like the car. See, so I put everything in a list and say no, it's gotta be something under the $500, and it's gotta be north because I always like north. So I told Andre, let's live in north because everything is close around this area. I was thinking like for Andre, like okay, he can walk to the mall. If he needs to go to the to the bank, he can go to the bank. I mean, everything we need to get out of the city. We live close to one of the exits to of Cali.
Zone 6, yeah.
And so I thought like it's gotta be something comfortable to Andre live in this area. So we got the apartment, and in that time when we rent, let's see, because I need to do the translation.
And the other thing about why Andre's doing that, the other thing that Andrea took in consideration that her husband is American.
Yeah.
She took consideration, and even though we weren't married at that time period,
Hmm.
she took consideration the style that Americans are used to. So she didn't say, "Well, let me get an apartment that Colombians uh, 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 that Colombians would enjoy." She's like, "No, Andre is American. I understand that Americans' style is more modern
Hmm.
and not as colorful. So let me look for a place that Andre would be comfortable with, in the area that he would be comfortable with." But my mindset was, with $1,000 a month, Andre was looking at me like, it doesn't take all that. And I was like, what do you mean? And like I said, our Airbnb host, who had been here for years, he was telling us, Andre, you are not going to spend He said, okay, spend $1,000. Go ahead, visit those places. Now, how you going to drive? How you going to get from up those hills?
Exactly. You need to have a car.
If you get an apartment here in Cali, Colombia, to get to those in $1,000, you can afford to be in those fancy spots. But you need a car to get down to the grocery stores or to the corner stores, or so there is
Yeah.
no walking down. So there's no use in spending $1,000. Let me let Andrew go ahead and speak.
Exactly. So guys, when we got this place in 2019,
Mm-hmm.
the rent it was $320, everything included. Um, bill, water, gas, Wi-Fi, and
Electricity.
electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Parking
that
garage.
no, the parking garage because we didn't have
Oh
a
yeah, we
car
did not.
in
You're
that
right.
part.
Right.
When we get the car, we start to paying with our rent 100,000 pesos more. So we start paying, and right now we're still paying $27 for got a garage for
Per
a
month.
car, exactly per month, of course. And right now we pay for, let's see, no, millón cincuenta. Now we're paying $422 for this apartment. And this apartment's got two bedrooms, and a living room and the kitchen, of course. but obviously we start
12-foot vaulted ceilings, so our ceilings are really high.
bigger place because we need to, the business is increased, so we need to have more space for us. But yes, you guys, I mean, this area in this, where we are, we found apartments, really nice apartments, big apartments, for around, let me see, because I need to translate, for around $700. You
Right.
remember the apartment that we saw in Granada? That apartment, I mean, it's kind of dark because it's those old buildings back in the day,
Ah,
but
yeah, I know what
it
you want.
was a giant apartment, you
Humongous
guys. But
apartment it was.
humongous, the apartment.
It was just aged.
Oof,
It wasn't bad apartment. It was in
no,
Granada, really nice
nice
restaurant
apartment.
area, and every room was
Oof.
huge, huge.
Like you can put, like, our bed is king size bed, and for those room it was like two king size bed that you can put easily over there. Two patios, like three or four bedrooms, three bedrooms, kitchen, giant apartment. But to us it was like, okay, this is really big for us, for just a couple, and it's kind of dark for our business. So that's the part.
Yeah.
But it was just in Granada area, just in Granada area, just next to, if you guys, when you guys coming here, next to Mr. Wins the
Right,
restaurant.
right, in Granada.
Exactly. Close to Movie Hotel. Yeah, all that area, it was in Granada, so it was a nice apartment. We look a really beautiful apartments for $500, for $600. And when I say modern, beautiful, everything, garage
Right.
included. The only thing not included is the bills, of course. The bills are not included, but you can find really nice places here.
Yeah. So guys, do remember, as Andre was saying, your first step in getting a place is going to always be get an Airbnb. That's your first step.
Yeah.
Second, let me let Andre go to the super chats
Yeah,
and
no,
then give you guys the
keep
shout outs.
going. I'm going to obviously organize all of this because a lot of comments, you guys, while we were talking. I saw just comments here.
Shout out
Okay.
to Andrew.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the shout out in a minute, you guys, the donations and everything. But I'm going to start with this one. Thank you so much for being here, Passport Bro. He said, shout out to the Love Crossing Borders. I pay 370 per month for my three bedrooms and two bath. This is not including utilities, which is another 200 per month. Okay, but where is your location?
What city are you in?
Yeah, what city? Obviously.
That's a good price too, by the way.
Yeah, of course. Um. Okay, wait a second. I saw, I think, Victory.
So always, guys, feel comfortable with, like I mentioned before, and like we both mentioned, that once you get an Airbnb, we're going to talk about the next stage of getting an apartment here in Colombia. If you're serious about being here.
Yeah, of this one. I want to read this one. Homie say I pay $1,800 for one bedroom in the hood on Long Beach, California, plus 150.
West Side Boys, California.
Oh boy, that's too much money. That with that money you can have here a condo, right? I said it right.
Yeah, condo.
A condo. Yeah, in the most fancy area, west, big, giant, humongous
Yeah,
penthouse with
yeah.
that kind
You
of
can have
money.
a really that
When
will
I
get you a
say
nice, huge penthouse.
huge penthouse,
And we're
with that
not
money.
here saying what we heard, is what we've been in penthouses like that before.
Exactly. And I look online and everything. So oh my God, that's a lot of money.
But here's the kicker, like we were saying, if you we look so funny with these here. Let me let you have both of them.
No, I'm fine. What? Wait a second, babe. It's just like, there we go. It's just like, there we
Okay,
go.
cool. Let me put it back in. We're gonna ride it out. We're gonna ride one
We're
earpiece
gonna
a
fix
piece.
that. Yeah, we're gonna
Next
fix that
week we're
later
gonna
on.
have two sets.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
So but like I said, and what Andre was saying, it's the transportation that will throw you off in regards to being in those $1,800 condos and penthouses. And once you step out your door, you need an Uber to get to a grocery store.
That's the part.
That's the headache of it all.
That's the part that I was with Ray told me, let's sleep together. I was like, okay. Cristales is a nice area. It's west. It's more southwest. And I was like, okay,
About the
we
zoo?
need to have an Uber every time that we need to go to the supermarket, to a drugstore, whatever, because it was in the hills. I say, you accumulate all those Uber money, and it's not worth it. It's not for real. So I say, okay, let me go to see something in North and see and check that area, because I want the Andra be um I'm comfortable, feel comfortable and safe in Colombia, right? And that's why we finally, and I remember when we got this apartment, because we were like, okay, let's check, but
Yeah, we didn't
when we
want.
just like,
Yeah,
okay, yeah, this is the
this is the
apartment.
last one.
This
We were
is the
like, we're
apartment.
hungry. Let's go get some sushi. Oh, then we
It
like,
was
look, okay.
December 26th when we saw it.
Yep. We were
I
like, let's go
remember
look at this last
the
apartment.
last one.
And as soon as we walked in, as soon as he just opened up the door, we both looked at each other like, yeah, that's the one. This
Yeah.
is the one. So we've been here 5 years. And the other thing is giving credit to Andrea. That's why I mentioned to you guys, make sure that you have the right type of person in your life, special person in your life, because Andrea wouldn't let me splurge my money unnecessarily,
Yeah.
to where it didn't seem like a splurge to me, but to her, she's like, you're wasting money. To whereas if I had the wrong woman in my life, that person would have said, yeah, baby, get that penthouse. Go ahead, you get that house on top of a hill, and wouldn't have considered anything else but how she would have looked being with me in a penthouse. So I give kudos to Andrea for being stable as far as letting me know, like, listen, these are beautiful places, babe, but this won't work for you in the long run. This, once again, our first suggestion is always your Airbnbs when you go to new cities. Why? When you get an Airbnb, you get the feeling of when you first move there. Second thing about Airbnbs is this: when you get in an Airbnb, you get a chance to walk outside, see the city, see the area, not just the clubbing, but actually see if there's a grocery store in that area. Are there pharmacies in that
Mhm.
area? Is there a mall within walking distance? Is there a hospital or FedEx is there? Is it DA?
Emergency.
Yeah, emergency places.
Yeah.
So if a clinic, or any how close are the gyms for all you guys that like to
Mhm.
exercise? Is there a park near there? So all these things you want to take in consideration, not just because the place will look good when you bring your little lady friends. That's cool, that's important, but you also want to realize how important it is to go ahead and make sure that you find the right location. And IQS says this. What he says was, he say Andrea is their new.
Is okay?
Oh, is
Is
there
there
any new
any new
construction? Oh
construction on
yeah.
homes in your area or on the city or area on the city? Yeah, they are. I am just forward thinking for buying in a couple years. Oh yeah, there's a ton,
So
whatever
much
you want.
construction.
This area, of course, or I see a lot of in south. In south, there's a lot of outside of Cali. Um, there's a lot of construction like condos or apartments. Yeah,
But you
I
see, we
mean,
got like three or four going on, about five going on over here. You got the Chippy Choppy one. You got three more going up in Grenada.
hmm yeah. Wait a second. Saying Cali, I need two bedrooms with a kitchen, living room, and I love. Sorry, sorry. I love cooking at home and make one room to use as a business room. Exactly. So what we are wanting right now is three rooms, because two for the office, one for us, and
Mm-hmm.
two bedrooms because I can't share the bedroom with
No,
you
we can't
guys.
share bathrooms.
No,
We
that's the
Yeah, that
no,
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 no.
no.
That
Oh, you
can't
want to hit the
happen.
super chats up there, babe?
Yeah, wait a second. Let me. I don't know.
I don't
I
know
have no
either. We've been here
idea.
so long, I haven't even thought about the square
I
footage of the
don't
place.
know. I'm sorry. Okay. Victor, you say, well, I'm paying 2,300
Mm,
for where
mm,
I am. Why? That's too much. Obviously, I
mm.
understand, but with that money here, another thing, you guys, like Andre. After that, we go into the number two. What Andre say, and that's the part, you guys, and I need you put this in your mind. If you want to relocate here and you want to looking for apartments, not sell an Airbnb. Obviously, we're gonna continue with the topic, but just a quick. If you're looking for apartment and your chick is help you, I mean, you need to put this in your mind. You need to consider the fact like you need to get a new bed, a brand new bed, a dining room or living room, or I know you guys as Americans, washing dryer machine. So all those things in my mind when Andre looked that apartment, really nice, beautiful apartment, but I was like, okay, we're gonna live together. We need to buy everything: the fridge, the bed, the TV, everything from zero. So $1,000 is just like, to me in that moment, it's just true all that money to the trash, because it's a lot of things that we need to do to make this home, you know, comfortable for us. So that's the part. Like, no, $1,000 is way too much in that time, and the apartment maybe right now is $2,000 maybe. But yes, you guys. So you need to consider it if you want to live here and you want to just buy everything. So it just be like, I know that here is cheaper for you guys, but it's just like be more organized with your money, you know.
And I'll do a breakdown of what Andre was saying in regards to that. If I had gotten that $1,000 a month apartment, great location, view over the city, I'm feeling like Scarface, huge place. I think it was like five rooms. I mean, it was at least 4 rooms. It was just big, right? But yet I hadn't even thought about, Andre, you're gonna have to buy all brand new furniture. You're gonna have to buy the refrigerator, like she said, the washer and dryer. You got to take all that in consideration. And at that time period, what if Cali wasn't our city? So now I've set up here and purchased all this furniture for this big penthouse.
Mm-hmm.
Now I've got to find a way to move it to another city if we decide to move to another city, compared to not having as much and not having, in other words, not having a place that's not so large, but just having a 2-bedroom and 2-bathroom.
Yeah.
That was good enough for us when we first started off. Sometimes when you first come to a country, guys, be comfortable with not having to showboat.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you something in all sincerity. Most, and Andre can attest to this while she's here, most Colombian women that you guys are going to be attracted to, whether they be professional women or whether they be just, just the average woman, they'll just be happy and impressed that you live in a nice area, a nice neighborhood, and you have a nice home. You don't have to. I see guys rent places to showboat off to the ladies. I look at me, I'm balling like that. And most Colombian women, let's put it like this, like as if Andre ain't here. Bruh, you ain't gonna get the coochie no faster than I would have, because you got you a bigger condo. That ain't gonna get you the coochie no faster than if I was single and I would have got the coochie. So don't get locked in the fact of, I'm about to showcase for these ladies. Look at me. I'm in South America. I'm balling like that. Don't come here starting off like that. Yeah. If you want to move into a nice place like that eventually, yes. But when you move to Colombia, the first thing you want to do is make sure that if, like me, the mistake that I was making was a nice place, wrong location.
Exactly.
Of the city, in other words.
Yeah, of course. There's a question here if there's any apartments renting Torre de Cali or Cali Tower. Well, Cali Tower, no, exactly. But Versalles, yes, because I looked a few apartments on the website, and apartments in Versalles are nice, are big, because Versalles is all neighborhood, so the apartments are really big. Just the part like you need to be comfortable with the fact that Versalles is a barrio here, but it's just close to us. With the food doctor is.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it's a lot of clinics and hospitals and ambulance and all of that. I just saying, because it's very like
busy.
a medical
area.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's constant. Like during the day, you could get a spot over there, but it's busy. I mean, super busy,
because it's a lot of cars.
Yeah.
Buildings and clinics and doctors. That's the part with Versalles, but it's a really nice area. How can you not? So it depends what you want. Versalles is still north, and I think Versalles is strata 4 or 5. Okay, just to let you know that.
Yeah, that's true.
Morning dry coffee break.
Shout out to you, brother.
I pay $4,000. Oh my God, that hurts my soul. $4,000.
I haven't even thought about that in years. Ugh.
4,000.
Yeah, 4,000, baby.
That's a lot of money.
That's
a lot of money.
You want to hit the Shoutouts?
16 millions of pesos. That's all,
Ugh.
that's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's 60. Yeah, that's 16 million
60
pesos
million
every
pesos.
month.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Okay, let me, because I remember Victory one
Great.
international.
Great great one. I don't think for the
I
super
already
sticker.
did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will. Okay, Will.
Shout out to Will with the real.
Renandra, this is why I listen to you guys. People come here with a US mindset, and I want to still invest even in retirement. Network is the key. That's thank you so much first. And yeah, that's so true.
I did.
Morning, thank you so much for your donation. Black Nubian, thank you for your cash app. Thank you so much.
All right. Super
There.
chat. Canadian.
Okay. Wait a second. Nubian.
Black.
Yeah, already. Wait a second.
Did you click on it? There you go.
Yeah, morning and Black Nubian.
Can't see it there. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
You're welcome, man.
Thank you, beautiful one.
Okay, thank you so much, you guys. Okay. Wait a second.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, "Oh, Canada."
Shout out to Black Nubian, the Canadian boys once again.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, "Oh, Canada."
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Stalking. Hello from Santo Domingo, DR.
DR in the building. We love Santo Domingo.
Oh yeah, I like DR. I like Santo Domingo a lot. Okay.
Mitch, that's a good question.
Do they have fully part? How can I pronounce that one?
Fully or partially furnished. We're going to get to that.
Available. Yeah,
that's one of our topics tonight. So I'm glad that you asked that question.
Yeah, wait a second. There's another question here. Wait a second.
Is there a VA clinic in Cali, Colombia?
What is VA?
Veterans, like military, American military have clinics and offices around the world.
I don't know.
So I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, but you also can look in the embassy. The embassy.
That's true.
When you go to the U.S. embassy website, in every city they have clinics or hospitals for you guys, for Americans. If you guys have any type of emergency, you go to because they got the list what type of hospital you should go if you got any type of emergency. So the U.S. embassy give you that information too.
That's true. Andrea is absolutely correct.
I'm sorry, babe. You know why I looked that? Because in 2020, I was doing all the paperwork to be under my medical
insurance.
So I was like, okay, if Andre got the virus, the corona, I said, where should I take him? Because I don't know. So I just look the clinics. In just an emergency case, I take Andre over there in that time, the 2020.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because I was really
I knew about it, but I
didn't get the damn virus.
Well, you ain't worry about you. Why you think I was?
No, because I have my medical service. You know, it can be a 10, but you didn't have.
So at that time, I wasn't covered by. Okay.
Because you know what? Because it was with the cedula, so I need to wait his visa, then get his cedula. So it was a long thing, you guys. It was not like, oh, I got medical service in Colombia. No, baby, it's not like that.
Scroll down a little bit. Scroll back up a little bit. That was a good statement that somebody's right there. Nate.
Okay.
Read
Nate
that one
Tyler.
for me.
Okay, perfect. Furnished or unfurnished? I ride it to a furnished place since I pick up and leave a lot. But is the best way to go?
Now, that should be number 2. You ready to go to number 2?
Yeah. Wait a second, because you guys are. I just put it in the comment like crazy. Okay, the number 2, you guys. Airbnb for 6 months. I save or off Airbnb.
Okay. The statement that you make was a great question, Nate. And this is how we say number 2. Okay, so now you know that you're going to live in that city. You great. You build a rapport with the Airbnb host or another Airbnb host. And this is very common in Colombia, what I'm about to say, very common. You ask your Airbnb host how much you would charge me if I rented this place 4 months or 6 months or a year outside of Airbnb. I want to pay you directly. For example, quite often on the Airbnb website, because Airbnb needs to get their percentage, they'll charge the person, let's say $600 a month. But then if you talk to your landlord, which is very common here in Colombia, and say, how much would you charge me if I stay here for about 6 months to a year? How much would you charge me on a monthly basis? Not saying that you have to pay the 6 months in advance, but just saying every month, how much would you charge me if we didn't go through Airbnb and I paid you directly? And a lot of times the price drops down to like 450, 400, 525 instead of that 600 that you would pay through Airbnb. That percentage that Airbnb would get, they won't get. You just be paying the landlord directly. You already know the landlord. The landlord already knows you. The apartment is already furnished. You know the neighborhood. Why? Because you was already rented it as a regular Airbnb. So a lot of times when you guys come down here, it is very, very common, no matter what city, for a person to sit back and tell their Airbnb host, I like this place. How much would you charge me outside of just it being an Airbnb spot?
Yeah, that's so true. What is
Shout out
it?
to my man, Growth Talk.
Yeah, that's so true.
Kofe.
And we're going to we're going to right here. Peace, Dre. Peace, Andrea. And do you have any contacts for good realtor in Cartagena? Anything specific I should look for in a realtor?
When it comes to a realtor, you might want somebody that, especially if you are
Cartagena.
only English speaker
Yeah.
and you don't have anybody's help, you may want to look for an English speaker. Let me see this for a second, babe, because there's some information I'm going to share with you guys that I usually share only in consultations. So shout out to you guys that are sending cash apps and super chats, such as my man Tevin King with the Tevin Brown with the $10 cash app.
Mhm.
Shout out to you guys. I'm about to drop a link to some information for you guys that has to do with real estate. We've been sharing this off and on for the past couple of weeks. So what I'm going to show you, I'm going to share it first, and then I'm going to show it to you right now. Let's pull this up. Okay. On the screen,
Mhm.
you guys see, let me just remove the highlight. What I did is real estate rent and sale. So all of the major cities in Colombia, I put in alphabetical order. You can click on that website. It'll take you to where you can rent apartments,
Mhm.
furnished or unfurnished, in that particular city. Also, I put the list underneath for that city if you want to rent for that, a purchase in that city. So I have Barranquilla, then Bogota, rent and sale. Then we have in alphabetical order Cali, rent and also a link for sales of properties. Then we've got Cartagena. You can click on there and rent. And we also have Medellin. So yeah, I have Barranquilla up there and Medellin. So those are the top major cities here in Colombia that I put down there. Now I could have put in Santa Marta and Buenaventura and areas like that, but most people don't go to most of those places except for vacation. The next thing that I put down there that I just dropped in the link are questions about real estate here in Cali. If you come to Cali, Colombia, I actually put down the WhatsApp number and the real estate contact broker for somebody that wants to rent an Airbnb or rent an apartment. The individual's name is Daniel. And so you'll reach out to him. This is his family's company. They've been in real estate for 25 years. Daniel speaks English. But what about for those of you that are looking in other cities? Right here, you will click on these links right here are for uh, the brokers all over Colombia. So this is their kind of like their group, their network of realtors all over Colombia. And each one of these websites represent that.
Realtors.
Realtors. Realtors.
Oh boy.
So I'm going to drop
Okay.
that information one more time. That's quite a bit of information.
Mhm.
And you guys can actually grab those links
Yeah.
and take advantage of them. So that information there. So that's a really good question. Let me let you go back to the next super chat.
Okay, so click here.
Scroll down to the
Wait,
next
wait,
one.
the screen.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let us see. Let me change that real quick. Change it back to us. And then change that size just a little bit. Bam. Bam. Oh, it's okay. It's good.
It's good.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
We got 121 people in the building. Click that like button. We like you. Make sure you like us too, because you already know
Oprah coming next.
Oprah is coming next.
Okay. Wait a second. Let me go to in order, you guys. The last one.
You didn't get snuggles yet?
Okay, there we go. Thank you so much. This is looking out of for love. Why you guys funny? Thank you so much.
Shout to Snuggles.
He said, what's the safest area in Cali to get an Airbnb or an apartment to live at? And what's your link to do that to do a consultation?
So the safest area, while Andre pulls up the banners and then puts our email address. So if you guys want to do a consultation, reach out to us, because we're more thorough during the consultations, and there's a lot more information that we share with you guys in regards to vacationing or relocating here in Colombia in general. So we got your back no matter what city. Now here in Cali, Colombia, like he was just saying, you would want to he said any specific areas that I should no, we already looked at that, the real growth. Let's grow past Snuggles. Okay, Zoe, we're right there. Okay, right here you would see we the safest area, I would say out north and deep south and out west. What areas would you consider?
North, northwest, west, southwest.
Notice we did not say east.
If you're going to east here in Cali, I'm sorry, you by yourself. There's no way that we're gonna help you.
And don't call us for help.
Put your beautiful behind to the east side of Cali.
And don't say we didn't warn you.
Andre, pick me up. Andre, go to the street and get a cab.
Stranded. Yeah. She took my everything, Andre. I'm stranded. Hey, we warned you about the east side. Nobody in real estate will tell you to buy a piece of property or go on the east side of Cali, Colombia.
Obviously.
It'd have to be somebody that actually lives over there that would recommend something like that.
Okay, let me get this straight. You are from the States. You live comfortable in the States. How I cannot say the word?
Say it.
Okay. How the hell you gonna live in East Cali or in the hood in Medellin or in the hood in Bogota or in the hood in Cartagena? What is on your mind? The party is not like, Andrea, you're just talking. No, the party is ultra insecure and more if you are a foreigner. Obviously, immediately like, if you're here, yeah, you like here, but you're not poor, you got money. Even in your country, you got your money. So seriously, I don't get it, because I see those cases. I don't get it for real. One thing, like, I want to live in a middle class. Perfect. Like my mom lives. She lives in North, but that is a strata 3. That's middle class when I grew up. So that, okay, fine. I completely understand, because you still have everything around you, of course. But I don't get it. Why you want to hang out in the hood area? Like, for real, nobody's gonna be there. I mean, sorry.
No.
The rent is cheaper. It's super cheap.
Like $75 a month.
Even $100, $200
a month.
A big house in East
in
the hood
East.
Cali.
Yeah, that's how bad it is. Anytime you get rent that cheap.
No. It's just like, it's not safe. It's not safe for a foreigner. In case that you lost your cedula, you need to take a cab way over here in North, because here in North,
the immigration
Migración Colombia is the only office that we have in Cali is here in North, like 5 minutes driving from here.
That's another good point. Don't forget your rest of your thoughts for a second, babe. Whenever it's time for you to get your cellular, your ID, if you need any help with your visas, if they got something that they need for you to do, if they need for you to come do your fingerprints, you've got to, if you're on the south side, or if you're on the east side or west, you got to drive all the way over here to go to immigration, But since we're already out north, what do I drive? 5-minute drive?
5 minute drive, and what we want to live is close to. It's just like in the same block where Migración Colombia is.
The same block. So we got extra security all around the area because the immigration office. So with us being foreigners, if it were me, I would be more prone to live out north because your first couple of years you're going to be working with immigration to get your ID, to get this, to get that. Yeah, it's just so much that you're going to have to do. So if you're out south, you're going to have to ride all the way to the other side of the city over on this side just to get your ID or just to get this or just to get that taken care of. It's such a headache that being out north of Cali is so much easier. So much easier.
Okay, wait a second. And another thing, you guys, in the East, Rappi don't work in East.
Oh, that's good.
Rappi, no delivery. If you like Mr. Dre that order money from Rappi, they don't work in the East side. They say no, Red Point, no, we're not going over there.
Now Rappi is their version of Uber Eats. Rappi is the app that delivers food, groceries. And how you guys always hear me say you can order cash. Like I can order cash right now and it'll be delivered downstairs. Out east, they don't do that. Rappi does not deliver out east at all.
Immediately the app blocked that area.
Yeah.
Because it's dangerous.
Yeah.
International say if you want the hood, stay in the state.
True. We're gonna talk about that tonight too.
I feel freshly spanking now. I don't get it. I don't get it. What's going on to the East Cartel? What?
He said the East Cartel. I don't know.
That doesn't exist here since 1996, 1994. I don't know, like 30 years ago. No idea. Yeah. No more hood for me. Exactly.
Yeah, you guys fly down as the best, and you deserve the best.
Yeah, obviously. I just moved to Colos. Sorry if I said it wrong. Colosans in Medellin. Really nice, but far away from everything. That's right, you guys. I mean, one thing is when you are in the hotel or whatever, and another thing that you can rent Airbnb for a couple of weeks or months, and you can change. Like, I don't like this Airbnb, so I'm gonna move to another Airbnb because I want to be closer to everything.
Anthony says the rent is high in Medellin.
That's what I said. Why? Because there's so many foreigners that they want to live there. That obviously the properties, the owners, they say, okay, let's get increase the price. So, or there's not any apartments available anymore because they are for Airbnb business. So yeah, I mean it's super. That's why my family, my auntie, she lives in Bello, outside of Medellin. She now live in Medellin because she said it's super expensive to live in Medellin. So people live in Sabaneta, Envigado, Bello, Niquia. So it's around Medellin.
And that's why in Medellin, you guys are seeing all those posters going up, foreigners go home. Because in protests that are taking place, because foreigners are ruining the prices in Medellin. And that's why Cali is 40%. I already looked it up. 40% less to live in than Medellin.
Exactly. Derek Thomas, he said, facts, Rappi don't come in the hood. Exactly. Nope. That's why, guys, perfect example. My grandma used to live in South, but that is part like South hood, you know? So I grew up over there. So I know how the things over there. So my grandma finally moved out to here north. So she is super close to us. She lives in a better, she lives in a better area to get better transportation, to be more safe, you know. So I'm glad that my grandma lives close to everybody, close to us and everything, because it's safer, you guys. So that's the part. She still have her house over there. She just put on rent, but it's the part like it's not safe for the kids. Like when I grew up over there, I used to play bay over there like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. and nothing happened. Right now, if you just walking with your happy ass, because there's so many bands and boys and you know and fighting because this is my territory. So all of that, so it's not safe for the kids.
Hey guys, did y'all guys catch that? She's been around us too long. Did Andrea say with your happy ass? Is that not us from the state? She's been around us too long, guys. We got to get Andrea off the WhatsApp groups.
I'm sorry, babe, but It is what it is.
See what I'm saying? She sounded like us again. It is what it
And
is.
I'm married with you, so it's not helping. It's not helping. Obviously. Okay. I'm raising. Jonathan say. I'm sorry, babe. Jonathan say I'm raising my daughter and getting out of the U.S. rate. That's great.
Shout out to you.
She got
and
that
your
travel
daughter.
mindset. It's the
Mhm.
best thing that you can do.
Shout out to Kenny.
Kenny say, thank you, Kenny, for being here. I'm glad to see Miss Andrea. A long time not see her. She's doing good. Yeah, I'm feeling and I'm doing better. You know, I've been out because I was sick, physically sick.
Mhm.
So finally I'm fine. So yes, you guys, and physically, you guys, you can see me better. Okay. Okay. William say, never been to Cali in the north, close to the airport. Yeah.
That's another thing. We're a lot closer to the airport. For example, I just dropped a brother
20
off
minutes, 15 minutes away.
about 20 minutes. Yep.
It was 15, 20 minutes away.
Like when you guys have a flight,
Mhm.
and that flight is, for example, some of the brothers that were here, I'm looking at the list. Well, Jeffrey came, and his flight was 2:20. I could leave here at literally 2:20 because I know it's going to take you guys about 20 minutes to get off the plane, get your luggage and everything, walk out go through the little customs area, get your bags, and walk out. So I could literally catch you guys a few minutes after you walking outside of the airport. I mean, outside right off of the plane.
Mhm.
So that's how close we are to the airport. But if we were out south or out west,
1 hour.
it's about an hour.
and a half.
And it's in some cases, some guys have said it's about 30 minutes based on how depends on how close you are to certain areas out south.
Mhm.
But for us out north, it's a quick ride to the airport to pick you up and a quick ride from the airport to drop you off. I just dropped the brother off this morning.
Mhm. That's true. Nate say that's why I want to pay what the locals pay. I never want to ruin the market for the locals. How you get that's how you get them to hate you real quick.
Yep. That's a good point. Shout out to Coach Connection in the building. That was a great live stream that you did tonight with Obsidian. Shout out to you, brother.
Yeah. Okay, wait a second. Bobby, he say, why will you move from the hood in America to a hood where you don't speak the language? But
Bobby, it will surprise you how many dudes come down here and do
that's
that in
total
Colombia.
culture. And another thing, I know that a lot of you guys are gonna come for Petronio Alvarez, and the after party of Petronio most of the time is in the hood. When I grew up, I don't even go there anymore. Those parties, it's not safe.
No.
So if you go into a club, I respect. Good. Go
Yep.
to a club and do your after party. But they say, let's go to this barrio. Let's go to. No, you don't have nothing to do over there.
Yeah,
No.
and they know that you're not from those barrios.
No.
Once again, like Andre just said, at this year, the Petronio Everest Festival, the Afro-Colombian Festival, in other words, of 300,000 people that come here every year from around the world to celebrate being black or being of African descent. There's in between being black and of African descent.
Mhm.
African descent is your ethnicity. Black is your race. So come down here from all over the world, right? If you guys hanging out with me, we're going to the restaurants, we're going to the bars, we're going to the clubs afterwards. We're not going to the barrios. The clubs are popping and packed anyway. They're doing celebrations of the Petronio Alvarez Festival anyway. There's live bands and performers in the clubs celebrating the festival after you left the concert at the festival. So even when you leave the festival, really, when you come to Cali, Colombia in August for the Petronio Festival, don't be expecting to go to sleep. Don't expect to go to sleep because it's really an all-nighter. Yeah. And so, but we don't go to the celebrations that are in the hood where a lot of the black people are. But since we're not from out east, we don't. Yeah, I don't venture over there. Now, shout out to my girl Tours by D. She may invite you guys over there, and she might be able to show you some good areas. But since we don't know any areas over there, we don't go into those barrios, even though they're having some celebrations of 2, 3, 4, 5,000 people over there. Nah, that's all right.
Yeah. Okay. Wait a second. Yeah, you guys laughing. Yeah, exactly. So I was
They're
saying
laughing at you
Uber.
with your American accents.
It is what it is. I'm sorry, but it's too late for change. Okay. So I would say Uber don't go to the east side of Cali either. The taxis don't care. I mean, the taxi drivers they're on Uber. Yeah, is the they say even the I mean, I catch in drivers with one of my aunties. She lives in the hood, but I going to visit her like every 15 days or every weekend. But I know how to dress and take a cab. I don't take the truck over there because I
You talking
already
about Bronny
know.
mom?
Huh?
You talking about Bronny mom?
Yeah,
Yeah, she live in the
exactly. In the
hood.
hood,
She
Cali,
live in the
like
hood,
hood.
hood.
So I just basically, normal Andrea, and it's so funny that every time that I order a in driver, the guy say, I just got your order because you have more than 500 rice. So it's a
Oh, I didn't know
lot of
that.
rice, almost
I
600. So
didn't
he
know
say,
that.
so you use the InDriver app a lot. So that makes me feel comfortable and safe. Like you're not new of this. But if I check or do uh order in driver and he just got 5 rice, is he in the hood? We don't take that order because we say, oh, we're gonna be, they're gonna rob us or
Mm-hmm.
something or steal my car. So that's the part of every single in driver. He said, wow, you got a lot of rice. I said, yeah, because I use in driver in other countries. That's why in
Mm-hmm.
other cities. So that's one of the things, you guys. I mean, that's right about the Uber in drivers. They don't go to the east side of Cali just if you have a really good, rice
Record
historical
history.
record. Exactly.
Not for,
Rest
for
of that.
Now, for those of you that don't know what InDriver is, it's just is one of Colombia's versions of the Uber
Uber.
app. They do
Exactly.
have Uber here, but they also have InDriver app or Didi, Didi. That's down here as well. So that's what Andrea is saying. She has a long track record with
Mhm.
InDriver app, so that's why they feel comfortable with picking her up when she goes visit her aunt in the hood. But for the most part, yeah, when we went over there,
Yeah, we take a cab.
yeah.
We always take a cab or in driver. Yeah.
And I've been to that her aunt's house over maybe three times, maybe twice.
Yeah, that's a strata too.
Yeah,
Just to
yeah,
let you know that that's hood.
that's hood.
Yeah. Okay. Molly will say, that's because they broke in America, so they take the poor mindset with them.
That's
Wow.
true.
And
That's
not
really a
even
great
that
one.
you can
It
have
says
money, but you still have that poor mindset. Wait a second, babe. Which one?
great one, the great one.
Okay.
He has a good question.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Right above, right. Shout to my wood in the building.
More?
And you right. Scroll down. Scroll. There we go.
Great one. Okay. How do you get a local price for rent? How you do that?
The links that I just dropped. Let me drop those links one more for each one of the major cities. They give you the basic local prices, and I actually set these up in U.S. dollars. So when you guys click these links to see how much a house would go for sale or for rent, an apartment for rent, they're in U.S. dollars. So when you sit back and you see that it's $300 or $600 or $500, that's in U.S. dollars. I made sure that the links that you click on don't automatically go into Colombian pesos because most of you guys, you wouldn't know how to calculate the pesos. But even though, let's say to calculate the pesos, you only see the number and divide it by 4, and then on average, that's how you know what your rent will be on average. For example, if Andrea and I saw an apartment for rent and it was 2 million pesos divided by 4, that's $500. So anytime you see Colombian pesos, just divide it by 4, and that number is what you'll be paying in USD.
Yes, you guys. And another thing, when you're looking for an apartment to rent here in Colombia, the website, they have officially the price, so they won't change the price. Even
Yeah,
if you are a
yeah.
foreigner, it doesn't matter. They're still with the price. They can do like, oh, because they saw you are from Miami. Oh, let's put 2 more million. No, that's
No,
not
they,
work
yeah,
like that. They
yeah,
respect the price that they set up in the website.
right.
Yeah.
And West Side Ninja was saying, what time of the year is that? Talking about the Afro-Colombian Festival. It is August
August.
14th through the 19th this year, from that Wednesday to the next Monday.
Yeah. Jonathan said, Andrea, I don't even want to visit Cartagena or Medellin. I want all quality.
Yeah.
How okay, sorry. Good people feels comfortable in the hood. The mindset don't really change.
I found that even guys that come down here, there are some guys that just, they're hood for life, no matter where they live in the world.
Exactly.
And and I know some cool dudes that are really nice guys that live in the hood in the States. They've come to Colombia and they live in the hood, but they still some cool dudes. But that's their thing. And so I try not to be judgmental on it, but I'm surprised by it, because when you come down here, one of the reasons we come to these other countries is because the cost of living is so good. So why would you purposely go to the hood? But it's like what you guys are saying, is that hood mentality, no matter how much money some guys have.
That's so true. That's really true. And yeah, I mean, I respect it, but I don't get it, because I grew up in the hood too. And no, thank you. No, because it's dangerous, because it is. I mean, seriously. Okay. Brian say people think that all Colombia is the hood. Exactly. That we
No.
live in the jungle. We just use chanclas all the time. And you don't see how beautiful is Bogota. The north area in Bogota is beautiful. It's modern. Like Andrew said, remind me Chicago.
Chicago.
Really nice apartments in Bogota. Medellin too. Cali too. I mean, I don't get it. I think people need to look at photos, because they think like literally they say like Colombia is all Amazon jungle and that's it. And no,
Or like we don't have nice malls and
no,
nice products
no
and nice,
buildings, no companies
like we
here.
don't get Amazon. I got all these Amazon boxes sitting around right now. We got our camera through Amazon, our microphones, all this stuff, our soundboard. All this came through Amazon. So just in case you guys wonder if Amazon delivers here, they deliver here and they deliver fast. Probably the longest that I've ever waited for a package to come from the States was 10 days. On average, it's about a week. If I order it this week, I usually have it within 5 to 7 days. Unlike the States, you can get it immediately, but I have no problem with waiting 7 days or 5 days for a product to come from Amazon from the States.
Yeah. Okay, we got here Andrea. What have you teaching Andrea of off camera? She almost sounds like my younger sister. No, he never teach me anything. Just the felt like we talking too much. So even when I go to Central Bay and people just like so slow, I start speaking English and people think that I'm from the States. But it's funny. I mean, it's just natural. It's by nature.
She's been around with you guys in the WhatsApp groups too. It's not just me, because we created our WhatsApp group, the Colombian Mastermind group. So she's conversing with you guys she talks with you guys way more in the group than I do. And so you guys are talking to her all day long. So she's picking up linguistics from me, from my part of the country, and then talking to you guys from your part of the country. So now she's got her vernacular has changed from when we first got together.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
Shout out to Snuggles.
And I could say, the east side of Cali, Colombia, what do the people who live in your hood look like, if you don't mind? Well, okay, I'm lost.
Oh, some of the women are some of the most beautiful women that you will see. Some of them sisters are fine. I'm talking about attractive. The men, men, many of them look athletic, well taken care of.
What?
They not?
No.
I've seen some hood brothers that look like they.
I didn't see any of those.
Oh, I'm not saying that the men are attractive, because I'm a dude, so I ain't looking for that. But
all chicken legs and everything.
It's just like Andres. It's just like somebody said to me, and I think I mentioned. I think Andres said, or somebody else said it, that women say about Colombian men are built like Bugs Bunny. They are all skinny with guts,
and with that, with a stomach, with that blonde hair. Guys with blonde hair in the hood.
Yeah. I guess
my brother told me, like, if you go into my aunties, well, we were talking about guys, and you go more like 2 blocks away, you see all those black dudes, black young dudes, just teenagers or young dudes with all that blonde hair. Andre, I can't stand that. I say, oh my God, dude, that's funny. But
That's
yeah,
true. That's
but
true.
talking about the sister, yeah, that's so true. That's the part. I mean, yeah, you got it's dangerous, but
That's what lure a lot of you guys in.
how bodies,
Yes.
how
Yeah, the
Afro
sexy
Colombians,
with the giant,
beautiful over
beautiful,
there.
yeah. And so
Beautiful
you're like,
over there.
oh,
I
I'll
just
go,
can't deny.
and you never make it out.
Mm-hmm.
You never make it out.
That's the part. Thank you so much, Theo, for your donation. He said to my students, no homework, no festival, no salsa either. I have no
There you go.
spoken.
And you heard from your teacher. Let's go back to there. Theo says to his students that are in his class and you are
Oh.
learning, because some of his students are down here right now.
Oh,
Hey, if you don't do your homework, you're not studying, there is no Colombian festival for you. You guys need to be studying, take care of business, so you come down here after you get your IT careers going and move down here to these areas full time. So, like Theo said, no homework, no festival, no salsa. Shout out to Theo.
Yeah. Okay. So Prince say, I went to a party with this woman on the east side and I was
Ugh.
scared as hell. I'm not going to lie. The party was amazing. Yeah, because they partied amazing. I
Yes,
can
they
you
do.
not. I used to do that. But never again. I felt safe when I got around her father because exactly. I used to do that when I was younger, of course, but not anymore, baby. Not anymore.
All right, we got 150 people in the building.
Yes.
Make sure you click that like button. We like you. Make sure you like us too.
Thank you so much for your donation.
Shout out to Fadi in the building.
You say, just showing love for the channel. Appreciate the information. You all always look great together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, brother.
Okay. Jimmy say, I need to know more about the sons each city has well, even to their boobs.
Boots on the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, each city, no matter where you are in Colombia, at least in Colombia,
Mhm.
are broken up into 6 zones. The lower the zone, the worse the area. Like if you're in zone 1, bro, zone 1, zone 2, you have fun with that. Nobody's coming that area. Zone 3, zone 4 is like average people, average working Colombians. Zone 5, zone 6, like us, and the other areas that are really, really nice, that is more upper middle class and upper class areas. But yeah, we're more like upper class areas. And so
Mom is middle class. Mom
yeah,
is
right.
3,
That's right.
Strata 3 and 4 is middle class,
Right.
where I grew up, and 5 and 6 is upper class.
Right.
Yeah.
And so out north, out here, Chippy Chape area,
That's Strata 5 and 6.
Granada is
Granada is Strata 5.
Out west near
West is Strata
Empeño,
6.
that Strata 6.
Strata 6.
And the area of down the street, La Flora area would be.
This is Strata 5.
There we go.
Ciudad Jardín, if you guys coming here and you stay in South, Ciudad Jardín, Ponce, that's Strata 6.
That's Strata 6, yep.
Strata 6, yeah. Okay, you guys, back to the topic. Number 3, furnished apartments with without all co-signer.
Okay. Let's say you guys don't want to get a place through Airbnb. You just want a nice furnished apartment. There are places here that will just rent you a really nice furnished apartment, no problem. But there are also places here that will rent you a furnished apartment, but you have to have either 2 things. First, they'll rent it to you. Well, I go 3. First, they have no problem with renting it to you. Bam, there you go. Like right around the corner when Ace Live came or when TA came, to that whole apartment building is all furnished apartments. And Ace came, rented a place. Every time he comes down, he rented a place. He did a video on that apartment. No problem. Our boy TA has been living there for 3 years and no problem. That apartment, really nice apartments. I know, right?
He's funny.
Ex-Navy brother. Shout out to all you military
He's so
dudes.
funny.
And so nice furnished apartments all over Colombia. No problem. But there also are furnished apartments that are like, before you move in, do you have a co-signer? most people don't know this,
Mm-hmm.
that most apartments, furnished or unfurnished in Colombia, they will ask you for what?
A co-signer.
A co-signer.
Yeah, that's
Doesn't
so
matter if
true,
you're
you guys.
Colombian or not.
They need a co-signer, you guys. I mean, we did it. Perfect example, you guys. I just checked. It's so funny because I just checked our contract for 5 years ago, and we obviously we asked someone to make the double of the apartment price because they need that backup to feel sure and make sure that okay, we got a co-signer in case that you can't pay the rent,
Okay.
and we did it. What?
Yep. Give me a second to give them an example of what we mean.
Okay.
Now, what Andre was just saying, first of all, we just said if you are here in Colombia, for the most part, for Colombian citizens, foreigners, everybody, for the most part, furnished or unfurnished, they're going to ask you for a co-signer.
Yeah.
Everybody. So don't think that they're just coming at you. They ask Colombians this exact same thing too.
Mm-hmm.
The co-signer has to have the value of making money that's twice the amount of your rent. So if your rent is $500 a month, your co-signer has to be a value of $1,000 a month. That's what one of our problems was, being in the area which we live in. A lot of the people that we know couldn't afford what we can afford.
Exactly.
In other words, our co-signers can afford twice the amount of what we can afford.
Mm-hmm.
Same may be for you guys here as
Mhm.
well. So part two of what you would do, you don't have a co-signer.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like, oh man, what do I do? So what they ask you to do is pay a few months in advance, 3 months, 4 months. That's not the norm, but since you don't have a co-signer, they'll ask you, do you want this apartment? Yes. Well, could you pay so much in advance? Yes. Could you pay this amount in advance, like 4 months in advance? So that's the scenario that we're in right now. We're the apartment that we're really looking at and we're looking good for getting, since the price is more than what our average co-signer can afford, even though we can afford it. We said, hey, how about we pay you guys a certain amount of months in advance? And they're more or less like, okay, cool. If you guys can do that, we have no problem with doing that. And so that's the cool part. So just in case you guys are wondering how to get an apartment here in Colombia and you ain't got a co-signer like the average Colombian, or you can afford a place that's $1,000 a month, but you don't have a co-signer that can co-sign for $2,000 a month, that's how you do it.
Yeah.
You just say, listen, how about we do it like this? And most landlords are really cool with that. If you have the money to pay 3, 4, 5 months in advance, go ahead, babe.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That was the number 4 because it's on furniture apartments with or without co-signers. It's the same thing like we did, and looking for on furniture apartment. Of course, the brand new apartment, everything you. A ver, empty apartment, obviously, and brand new apartment. And what Andrew said about the co-signers is 100% true. Another thing, you guys, is that you need to show them in case that you like to us or you guys that it's hard to find a co-signer to make, I don't know, $3,000, but in Colombian peso, no American, Colombia, it's hard to find, or $4,000. You need to show them with documents, bank statements, savings, that you have the money, the money,
The money.
the money. You
You
have
have
the
the
money.
money.
Because I was thinking about capacity. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Um, the money to pay for. You need to show them, hey, this is what I make. This is what I have. But obviously, I don't have a co-signer because it's hard. Obviously, it's for a person. It's really like to be a co-signer. The apartment is around 4 million of pesos, like around $1,000. Like, oh my god, what about if you just back to your home country and you just leave me with that debt? What I'm gonna do? I pay for you. So that's the part. Like they don't put like it's really risks, for some people, for some Colombians. So yes, you need to show them to the owners, or to the no realtor, right?
The
Or
realtors or the owners, the
yeah,
people who you're renting from,
exactly. The company.
your bank statements,
Exactly.
like
Your
like
information.
because you may be like us, you may be 4, 5, 6 figures a month.
Mhm.
So on your end, no problem. that apartment is affordable without a problem.
Yeah.
But getting a co-signer that can afford to co-sign, that twice the amount of what your monthly amount would be for that apartment that you want, that's the problematic part. So just like in our case, we know that we don't have a co-signer that can afford what we can afford.
Exactly.
So they asked us, well, can you guys pay a certain amount of months in advance? We were like, is that all you need?
Exactly, to feel secure. They just want to feel secure that you're gonna pay in advance, or you got the money to pay for. That's the part. Okay. Timothy say, Tim. Thank you so much, Tim, for your donation. He said, thank you for your time and information. And we got an interesting comment right here. I know, I saw it. I just saw it. Wait a second. Hide the current comment. I fear getting robbed in Colombia. But wait a second, there's another one better. You run the fear of getting robbed in the US. What's the difference? Talking about that, you
We're going to
guys.
talk about that tonight, part
No,
2.
I'm not gonna talk about it. As a Colombia, of course, I'm married with American. But yeah, the US last week it surprised me a lot. And you know what I mean? Yeah. It's just like I'm talking with a couple friends and they say it has been really crazy over there. What happened in Kansas, in Florida, I'm sorry for all of that, but it just like it surprised me, all the things that are going on in the States. And you know what I mean.
So we're going to talk about the part 2
With
tonight
your boy.
in regard with
Because he
me.
can talk about it as a American.
We're
Yeah,
going
he
to have
can
some
say.
fun. I got a video for us, guys,
Oh,
talking
sorry.
about what's taking place in the United States that's parallel to what you guys complain about in South America. Oh my God, I can't trust South America. Okay, we got a video for you.
Exactly. Hermes. Okay. Hermes, I'm gonna say.
Uh-huh.
I spent a lot of time in north of Bogota. I really like north of Bogota. I mean, seriously, that's my favorite area in Bogota because it's super modern. The centro, I like it. I took Andrew
Very
over there.
secure.
Yeah, seriously, so many things around Centro Bogota. I really like that in Bogota. Just for just visit because for living, no. Bogota is like New York, it's like Chicago, everything is super busy. So
Yeah,
wet.
Bogota Bogota is the 20th or
Wet.
21st largest city in the world, population of
Yeah.
12 million people, right behind Chicago. So just in case you guys wondering what the size of Bogota is, just think about the size of Chi-Town, the second city in the United States, how large it is and how metropolitan. So if you like that
Yeah.
big city on the go feel, Bogota is the place because it's nonstop on the go. On the
Yeah,
go.
Bogota is like that. Yeah, it's just non-stop city. Just like just like most in Africa is all bush and
And
jungle.
jungle.
That's so true. That's so true. I mean, I don't get it. Okay. Prime is because they don't know
Geography and culture.
geográficamente en español. And
Say that again.
culture, geográficamente.
Geográficamente.
Geográficamente. I know it's hard
Okay,
to pronounce.
geographical
Mente.
geographical mente.
Yes, that's true. Okay. Melly will say, is the news Dre in America? They only promote beauty in Europe and no other places. You know their narrative.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, wait a second. I did this current. We got here. Jarrell say, what's the WhatsApp group about? All Colombian news, all update. You know.
Yeah, our WhatsApp group is called the Colombian Mastermind Group. A person can get in by way of consultation. If you're part of consultation, you automatically get in. If you're a person that is part of Patreon, you can automatically get in. If you're part of Patreon and you're not in the WhatsApp group, guys, just hit me up. Say, Dre, send me the link to get into the WhatsApp group, or Dre, what's the phone number to get into the WhatsApp group? And you can get to the WhatsApp group. We're about 150 people right now. We started it in 2019, and we share information. We share information, everything from Colombia to Brazil to other countries. We share everything from Bitcoin to other investments. To the only rule that we have is we do not promote like, hey, we're the pay for. We don't do that in this WhatsApp group.
No.
It's masterminds. We if you post a photo of a woman in the group, it has to be somebody that you're seriously dating, not somebody. Ooh, look at what I got. You got a reason why we say that is because we have women that are in the WhatsApp group, even though they sit back quietly, there's still women in the group. So we want to respect them. But also there's enough other WhatsApp groups. If you want to show your booty bait video and and all your sexual exploits, and show all your baseball cards of women, there are so many other WhatsApp groups that you guys can be in that you don't need to be in ours. But ours is 100% information of guys talk about everything from spiritual stuff to hey, I'm coming down. Yeah.
Renting, all of that.
The other thing we like about it is guys we all let each other know, hey Dre or Andrea, I'll be down in a couple weeks. Or will anybody be in Bogota? Anybody going to be in Barranquilla going to the festival? So guys get a chance to really network. And does anybody know where Airbnb over in so-and-so is? Mm-hmm. So we get a chance to network with all that information. It's Colombian Masterminds group. If you're not a part of Patreon and you're not a part of a consultation that we've done, then the donation to get in is inexpensive. It's only $25 donation. And the information that you get is a ton of information. Mm-hmm. And then, like I said, you guys get access to Andrea all the time. So any questions that you guys have for for Colombian women in general, you can hit up Andrea and she'll answer a bunch of questions. And like I said, she's always talking to you guys all day long. Mm-hmm. I'm at the computer busy, but she's talking to you guys all the time.
Anthony Richardson say, thank you for your donation, Anthony. And he say, what do they require for us to rent? I'm looking for a place for me and my girlfriend to stay until our visa get approved.
You would need your passport.
Your passport.
You would need proof of your income, like we just said. At least 3 months of your bank statements. At least 3 months of your bank statements. Also, you would need who's going to be in the apartment, who's going to be on the lease. Is it going to be you and that other person? Is it just going to be you on the lease, even though that other person will be living with you? So you're going to have to make that decision, because you may not want to put another person on a lease that you aren't married to. I would not recommend that you guys put a girlfriend on a lease, because we know how easy that can shift in a year or 2 or 3 years. Yeah. And now you're stuck on a lease with somebody that you wish that you weren't on that lease, and you're not married to that person. I'll say that again, for all you dudes that's in love and she make you feel oh so good, because I gotta talk to these brothers.
I know.
To all them brothers that she make you feel so good, do not be putting females on these leases, man. She is not your wife, and we know girlfriends. We're all old enough that our first girlfriend is not our girlfriend today, is she? No. What about your 5th girlfriend? Is she your girlfriend today? No. You see how that shifts? So it is in Colombia. Just because you got a girlfriend, don't be put on a lease. Now, if she's your wife or fiance, that's different. Go ahead, babe.
No, I mean, that's really true what you say, because that's compromise you if you do something legal here in Colombia. But that makes sense a lot, you guys. I mean, seriously, at least that she's your fiance, or you living with her and you went to the notary and say, let's say that you don't want to get married. Let's put example, but you're living with her. You need to go to the notary and make a document and just notify that you are with her and live with her. Because why I say this, because if you apply for a migrant visa like we did, but we are married, we're legally married. But let's say that we're not legally married, we need to do it's the same thing. It's just like a contract and say, hey, I'm living with this person and we're going for this type of visa, but I'm living with her. We're not married, but we're living together.
Right.
So yes, you guys, I mean, just that's what the reason that we say this, because you never know.
And Andrea is saying that for you guys that are looking to get your visa to stay in Colombia, but you live with somebody that you're not married to. So that's the form that she's saying that you will fill out and you get it notarized. You'll go to a notary, get it notarized. Yes, I have my girlfriend. Yes, we live together, but you want to have that in the application for your visa, whether it be a retirement visa for you guys that are on pensions or just living off your retirement, or your ex-military, or you're on Social Security, or you're living here as a digital nomad, you're working online, or you're living here as an investment, but you got a girlfriend that's living with you. You got to have that in your in a form notarized in your application for your visa. Now, if you don't have a girlfriend living with you and she just, excuse me, but she's your girlfriend, but she doesn't live with you, then you don't have to go through that. But if you have somebody that's living with you, that has to go into your application to become to get your visa. So that's what Andre was just saying in regards to that.
Yeah, exactly. Those legally things are very delicate.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm gonna read this one, babe. That's what I highlight. William, thank you so much. He said, I will be visiting Cali in 2 or 3 months. 2 or 3 months. I'm tired of Medellin, many reasons. Number one, plane tickets, fly.
FYI.
Okay.
For your information.
You have two being the best information in a long time. I think it's getting expensive because obviously the amount of foreigners going to Medellin. That's why.
Scroll back up for a second, babe.
Wait a second.
Thank you, babe.
Which one?
Right there.
You will know about the WhatsApp groups if you are booked a consultation.
Yes, everybody that's in the consultation gets the link to be in the WhatsApp group. Let's say you change your phone number, because this happens several times, no biggie. Let's say you lost your phone or you get a new phone number and you just reach out to us by way of email. Hey, Andre, I got a new phone number, or I got a new phone. Could you put me back into the WhatsApp group? We have no problem. So don't feel like if you get knocked out of the group because you got a new phone number or you got a new phone that, oh, well, you're not in the group. No, just reach out to us and we just send you the link and you can jump right back into the WhatsApp group.
We got a question here. He's saying, is there a place where Afro-Colombians live in a high class? Yeah, in South, but not East, but in South, barrios like Ciudad Jardín, Caney, what's the other one? Ciudad 2000. All those barrios are in South, but not part of the hood. So it's just like I think you need to look the Cali map because there's a lot of people Afro-Colombian
professionals. Yeah, very a lot of Afro-Colombian festivals here. Professionals here.
Yeah. Hide it. Okay. Dangerous part of the countries always have the beautiful woman. Yeah, that's so true. Even Colombia, man, they say the same thing. The same thing. Okay, Bobby says something, and Bobby, you scratch my eyes with this. I currently in school for nursing. When I finish it, I have a little bit skill to mindset, and I want to move to Colombia. I was thinking Cali or Bogota. Which do you think is better? I'm from Chicago. Which do you think is better for you that you can spell Colombia right, first of all? And I mean,
2 O's, bruh. No you.
Exactly.
Guys, you got to get used to that.
But I think it's the first time that I see him. I think it's the first time. Okay. I get it, but it's double O. Please don't do that again. But yeah, I suggest Bogota is a city. It depends the weather, of course. Chicago is cold too, right? So Bogota looks like Chicago. Super busy city. It's a nice city. Got the most important office. The embassy is over there, of course. The important buildings are over there, of course. International flights. But Bogota is super busy. It's just like to go it's all the time. Go. The transportation is not good. The traffic sucks sometimes. So Cali is more laid back city. We are busy too, but it's more laid back. The traffic is not too much compared to Bogota. So that's the difference. The weather here is more. It's hot, but it's not too hot. You can handle it better. So just like if you got those two options, I suggest that if you can stay 1 week in one city, in another week in another city, you can tell the difference.
Oh yeah, Bogota, bring a jacket or a coat.
Yeah,
bring a jacket or a coat, guaranteed. You'll thank us 100 times over.
Okay, hello. Here we got hello, brother Dre and Andrea. Nice to finally see and hear you.
Glad that you made it down. Shout to my man Los also.
What is El Peñón? El Peñón is a neighborhood here when Andre and I would stay for the first time.
Mhm.
That is a Strata 6. It's close to Cali River. That's why this is more expensive over there.
It's close to the zoo. It's close to
The
you
cat
just could put
park.
in you could put in Cat Park, Cali, Colombia. You could put in Intercontinental.
Yeah.
Is it right there? The museum is over there. So all those, it's a really nice area. It just doesn't have any. I think it just got one grocery store over there, but it's not too close. The gyms, so it's set up. That whole area is touristy with this restaurants and everything. It's not a area that you would consider this is where I would get a home.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, obviously. It's for tourists.
And
It's
it
more
is
for
it is
tourists.
a zone 6 area. You can tell it is zone 6, zone 5. It's really nice. Don't get me wrong. It's
Mhm.
just that nothing is over there. For example, Philly Dom came here, and I always mention this. Philly Dom, the YouTuber, shout out to Philly. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. Philly Dom came here, and he was at the Marriott over in that area. And Ace Live called me. Ace called me. He said, Dre, Philly is in Cali. I said, when Philly get here? He said, man, he about to leave, man. He said he bored to death. And I said, man, let me call Philly, man, and go scoop that man up. I didn't even know Philly Don was here, right? So scooped him up, took him out, had a great time. He moved to a different area of Cali because all he knew was that Marriott, and he had a wonderful time. But being in that area is just, it's not much to do, not much to see. Once you get past the cat park and going to the restaurants, now you look like, okay, I'm bored. What is there to do? And so it was with Philly. And so most people don't try to live over in that area because it's a nice area to visit, but it's not where you would want to stay.
Okay, we got another one here. Let me get this straight. Sorry. Say, okay, Dre, I work remote. When I visit Cali to meet you guys, will be the Wi-Fi work and will there be any restriction to connections to the US? No. You don't have
No.
any problem to connect to the Wi-Fi. And especially we got the router in case that we got a meeting in the mall or whatever. We always take the router with us.
We have a portable router. I'm gonna drop the link for well, we hook you guys up tonight. We'll drop the link for the router as well. We're gonna pull that up and let's make sure we get that to you guys. This is the router that we use whenever we are traveling to any country for Wi-Fi. You just get a SIM card for that country, and you can use the Wi-Fi from that SIM card and don't have to worry about you don't have to worry about using the Wi-Fi, or if the Wi-Fi goes out in your Airbnb or something like that. I'm going to drop the link. This is the actual router that we use. We're using it right now just to show you guys the quality of our video right now. So when you guys are looking at us right now, this is the router that we're using right now, even as we speak. And so it's only one button at the top. And so you click it and it lets you know how many devices are connected. It connects up to 20 different devices. And we've had this one for what, 3 years?
I don't know.
Like almost 3 years we've had this one. We've taken it to DR.
Oh yeah, we took it.
Like when we went to DR, we
Yeah,
didn't even
yeah.
get SIM cards for our phones. We got a SIM card for this, and I kept this in the backpack. Andrea connected her Wi-Fi to this. I connected my phone's Wi-Fi, so we had Wi-Fi connections to make any calls and everything we wanted, as long as I had this in my backpack. And so when we were in Europe, that's how we used the Wi-Fi. The one time I did the live stream. So just letting you guys know the quality. So yes, you can use your Airbnb's Wi-Fi or your hotel room's Wi-Fi, but what if something happens to that? Always have this. The back pops out. Like right now we're using it, so I'm not going to take it off, but this whole backside pops out. There's a big battery in there, a location for your SIM card. You just put the big battery back in, put the top on the back, and just click the button that's in the front. And that button just lets you be able to just change the windows as often as you want to. And so it shows you everything that you need. So quite often you guys will see us using this during our live streams whenever we're having a glitch in our regular Wi-Fi. So we just dropped that link.
Okay, David say Spanish is okay. Speak Spanish now. Hello to you. We got trying to read all you guys' comments. Okay, David say yes, Andrea. They probably should not have the St. Patrick's Day parade here in
Kansas.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Wow. Another scratch number 2 for my eyes. I'll tell my family that I want to visit Colombia.
Guys, you gotta start spelling Colombia. If you plan on coming down here or visiting or just the respect for the people. I'll say it like this. Let's say you have no plans on coming to Colombia. Just to show respect for other countries, because we're so egotistical as American citizens that we don't care about spelling other countries a name or title correctly. But if people felt that way about our country, we'd be pissed. That's not how you spell the United States. That's not how you spell America. Somebody keeps misspelling America. Well, that's how Colombians feel about Americans with our carelessness on spelling their country's name correctly. And I know a lot of times our phone doesn't spell check it if we're using swipe or anything, or if we're using the microphone to kind of speak into it. If you spell, I promise you guys this, once you correct the spelling of Colombia in your phone about 3 times, it'll automatically spell Colombia correctly. Now, I can't tell you how many years it's been since my phone misspelled Colombia, because I corrected it like 3 or 4 times. And so my phone picked up on, okay, this is how you spell it correctly. And so it doesn't have that problem. To us, it's no big deal. But if you want to see something that Colombians are, if you want to piss a Colombian off, continue to misspell their country and watch how pissed they get off. How pissed off they get.
Yeah, that's so true. But he got a point here. He's saying that you want to visit Colombia, and they say that it's bad there. The audacity.
The nerve.
Yeah, seriously? Really? Are you sure about
it's
that?
Bad here.
Like the video. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I know, right?
Seriously. I say shit bad here too. That's what what's the difference? Exactly. I mean, yeah. It's just like, what are you talking about? Okay. Add me to the mastermind group and a Patreon and consultation.
So if you are part of the Patreon, and if you are part of, and if you Patreon, I'm going to drop the link tonight. I'm glad that you guys mentioned that. For some of you guys that don't have the link to the WhatsApp group, I'm going to give you the link, and you use it for your cell phone. If you're already on WhatsApp, I'm going to put it in the Patreon one more time for you guys. If you've done a consultation, and I'll be surprised, because a part of the consultation is all the information, and the first thing at the top is the link to get into the group. If you have not gotten into the WhatsApp group, IQS, make sure that you email me, and I will send you that link to just click it, and you'll automatically get in. We always say, just introduce yourself and let people know what state or city or country where you're from.
That's the email for Andre if you want to email Andre for a consultation. So that's the part, you guys. So we got Seta here, and he said, Dre, I just have a buddy come back from Cali, Colombia, and I feel bad for him because he's depressed about coming back to the state.
I just dropped a brother off.
But glad that you gave me this info.
One brother, he canceled his DR trip.
Wow.
To stay here in Cali. And then another brother just got off I just dropped him off, man. Sometimes when you guys I'm driving you back to the airport, I just let you talk. I don't interrupt, because I know you need to get it all out of all the fun that you had here in Cali. And you guys just be like, oh man, and I may not see you for like 3 days. So I know that you need to just talk for that 20 minutes while we're riding to the airport. And it never fails. You guys just let it out. I did this. I went here. Oh, man, I met a nice one. And, man, she took me here. And she took me. And then she cooked for me. And then she did this. Man, and I got, like one brother told me that. He said, Dre, I got sick. And she said, I'll be right back. I'm going to the grocery store. She went to the grocery store, came back, made him soup, homemade chicken soup.
Yeah,
Yep, homemade chicken soup. And so he said, she made me feel so good. I felt so much better, blah, blah, blah. He said, then once I got better, we went out and went on our first ice cream date. And then another day, he said, and they were in Latopa when we were there. With me, you, and Jeffrey last night. Okay. But they were at the bottom part, so we didn't get a chance to see them. So I said, y'all was in Latopa. Latopa is a salsa club. And say, y'all were there. He was like, yeah, we were in Latopa for a while. She said she wanted to go salsa dance. He said, because I didn't know how to salsa dance. I was like, girl, go ahead and dance. So she went on ahead and had a good time and danced and so forth, because it happens here. I've asked guys, and I've danced with guys, girls. You know, I respect the guy. I asked the guy, do you mind? And the woman would say, no problem. And so I would dance with a guy's girl, and then I would say thank you to him or whatever, and be respectful. So it's not uncommon for people to share a partner if that person doesn't have a problem with that. Shout out to my 2 cents in the building.
Okay, we got here. Thank you so much. Speak Spanish.
Oh, speak Spanish now. Shout out to you, brother.
Airbnb for Petronio, he said.
Okay, cool.
Okay, we got another one.
Oh, that's
here.
A good idea too.
Thank you so much. For your donation, he said, does the food taste good in Cali? Seriously, this is scratch my eyes number 3.
Guys, you got to start spelling Colombia correct.
Okay, he did it. Okay, he
corrected it. Okay, cool.
Okay, he said Colombian at least.
Okay.
If so, what's your favorite dish? Seafood. I was always told that Colombian food wasn't tasty.
That's Medellin.
Maybe you taste in Medellin sometimes, because Colombian food, at least in Cali area, is delicious. If you go to just a cheap restaurant, it's really nice. The Colombian food is delicioso. It's really highly recommend. So what we do, Andre and I, is we go into different restaurants, and if we like the restaurant, the environment, the music, the food, the quality of the place, we recommend to you guys, and we say, hey, go to this restaurant with your girl or whatever, or have some drinks, because that's our point to recommend something really nice for you guys. So yeah, that's a big lie.
And now there's a brother that just opened up a restaurant, Rico restaurant. A brother Doug from Atlanta. He has Airbnbs. He owns a restaurant. The restaurant that we went to.
Yeah, I remember.
And so me and Jeffrey had the cat. I haven't had catfish in forever, and Colombian style catfish with Colombian season. Oh man, it's like eating catfish. And the fish is so healthy. It tastes nothing like catfish in the States. And I'm talking about the size. He asked me, say, Dre, do you want small catfish or the large one? This me and Jeffrey went yesterday, and we both were like the large one. I'm talking about this catfish had to be the size of the tip of my finger. I'm sorry, the tip of my finger all the way down to my elbow. This catfish was huge. And we just sat up there and enjoyed some of the All-Star game and just enjoyed the catfish. So there are brothers down here that are opening up African American version of seafoods, but also having the Colombian recipes at the same time. There are so many Afro-Colombian restaurants, but the number one thing down here in Cali is the seafoods. If you love seafoods, there are steak places and barbecue places around here as well. But it's the seafood because we're right off the Pacific coast. So you get a lot of those Pacific coast recipes, to whereas Medellin sits kind of like in the middle of the state, and you get some choco recipes, but you don't have that many black people compared to Cali. So that's why you kind of get more bland food in Medellin.
Okay. Bro on the go, he said, thank you so much for your cash app.
On the go.
I just come back from Santa Marta.
Oh,
Next stop
yeah.
in Cali in September. Salute, Coach Dre and Reina Andrea.
Salute to you too, brother. Salute to you too, man. We love Santa Marta. It's really nice.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
El Patron.
El patrón del paisaje. That's a funny name. I'm sorry, but it is. What's the best way to travel to different parts of Colombia? Once I get there, I want to see it all. I mean, just obviously do your itinerary, but you can take an airplane and of course a bus ride.
The bus. We would when we first got here. A lot of places we went to that were really nice. We went by bus, 2 hour bus ride, like to Santa Rosa, to St. Vincent area. So there were the coffee regions. We were taking a bus. When we came back from we took a taxi from Medellin to Guatape, but we took a bus back from Guatape, didn't we?
Yeah.
We took back to Medellin.
Mhm. Yeah.
So yeah, don't be afraid to take the buses, guys. There's no problem with taking the buses. Not now. If you're taking a bus from Cali to Bogota, like them 10, 15-hour buses, no. Now, if it's within a 2 to 3 hour window, yeah, it's cool to take a bus. Or even the coffee region, they have planes in airports. So don't feel like that if you don't have to. I don't feel like taking a bus. Then you could also take a flight as well. But don't be like, hey, Dre, I'm gonna meet you in Cali. How you gonna get here? I'm gonna take the bus. That's overnight. That's all night long. No, you don't want to do that. Just catch a flight. It's inexpensive once you get here in Colombia to go to other places.
Yes,
that's the one thing I love about being in Colombia. Flights, once you get here, very, very inexpensive.
Okay, Cesar Augusto say hello, A&A. I've been coming to Colombia since 2021. Okay, he was in Cartagena. And I was in. Okay, I've been in Colombia 7 times. The last year, how do I pay 25 to get to in the WhatsApp group? Love the info.
Just donate to the Cash app, and actually, what you need to do is just shoot us an email.
Yeah.
First thing you want to do is shoot us an email so I'll know who you are to get the link to you. So if you just send me a Cash app right now, I wouldn't know how to reach out to you.
That's our email.
Yeah, shoot me an email, and then you'll Cash app the $25, and I'll make sure that you get the link to get in. Okay. And it's real simple.
The number 5, the last one, he said, what we suggest or journey to rent apartments. Well, we speak about this all night. Yeah, our journey, how we get this apartment is the same thing that we're gonna have, that you're gonna have if you want to rent an apartment here in Colombia. Dwayne Brown say, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you, you two, for the time you and useful information. Question: could you living together trigger alimony?
Trigger alimony.
Okay, yeah, trigger alimony or division of access within a short time frame.
Should you separate from that person? Okay, good question. What he's saying is this, babe. And what he's saying is like, listen, I'm living with somebody. I got money. She got a little bit of money, but she ain't got money like I got.
Obviously.
If we break up, do I gotta separate my money with her?
Only if you're living with her by 2 years. Yeah, because that's for
common law.
That's common law
here in Colombia.
Obviously, and worse, if you are under her medical insurance, and they say if you're going to, for example, mine, the only person who show is Andre. He's under my he's covered by my medical insurance because he's my husband. And literally say they husband. So yeah, if that happens or you are in a legal like medical insurance, you guys are together, yeah, because that officially shows that you guys are living together. Doesn't matter if you guys didn't get married.
Now, do I have to split up all my money, or do I just split up the money that
we made while we were together?
Now you caught that?
You are in the US, your houses, your businesses. No, baby, she won't get any of those things because that is when you were separate or single, right? But as soon that you are living with her and you buy a house and you buy a car or whatever, and you guys show legally that you guys have been living together, yes, that part.
So whatever you guys acquire inside of the relationship,
Exactly.
you have to split that 50-50.
Exactly.
Anything that you've acquired prior to the relationship, she can't touch it. And you can't touch hers.
Exactly.
It's
That's
not the
so
States, guys.
that surprised me that for example, I got my parents' apartment, and I don't get it, like, okay, I got married, then I got divorced, so I need to give you my part of my apartment. What, seriously?
In the States,
No, here in Colombia works differently. That's why we have the conversation with Andrew, because Andrew just made me laugh that one day, like, but what about the car? But what about this? Hey, babe, calm down. Everything that we got, even the fridge, even the desk, even the equipment, everything, if we separate, is half and half. But behind of that, or the stuff that you have in the States, they're not going to me, because they're not I don't get any of those things, because you get that when you were single. That made that clear. But now everything that we have now as a married couple, that's it, that's if we, in case that we separate, that's the stuff that we need to split.
because
You know?
I did ask her, because we have certain things in
That was
my
funny.
name and certain things in her name.
Exactly.
And so I didn't know. So I was like, you guys don't know. I asked her, well, if ever we separated, which we have no plans to,
Mhm.
how does it work here in Colombia? It doesn't matter whose name it's in. I'll say that again, guys. So just
Exactly.
if you bought a house in Colombia, and you got that woman as your woman for 2 years in that house,
Mhm.
even though that house is not up under her name, if you guys have lived together for 2 years, she gets 50% of that house because you acquired it while in a relationship, while you're living with her together. So don't think just because, well, I got it in my name and she's living in my house. Well, she may have the opportunity to sit back and say, well, he acquired it while we were living in our apartment. He purchased the house up under, even though it's in his name. Well, you're gonna have to split that house because you got it under the umbrella of while living with her within a 2-year window. Now, we're not saying you've lived with somebody for 2 months and you got to split stuff. We're not saying
Oh
if you live with somebody
no.
for a year and a half,
6 months.
right, you ain't got
No.
to split that. We're saying after the 2-year
After.
window,
After.
after the 2-year window that you've been living with her, 2 years, you might be on her medical insurance in order to get your visa, little things like that. Anything that you've acquired after that 2 years together, that has to be split 50-50. If you don't have anything, then there's nothing to split.
Exactly. That's, I made that clear, you guys. That how is different here in Colombia. That's the different. Wait a second. Uh, okay. All right. We got this one.
Shout out to my man Andrew.
Okay. Andrew, thank you so much for your donation. He said, I'm coming late. What's the range? Okay, what's the range for something decent is in not dangerous neighborhood? Nothing super fancy, but not danger either. I mean, seriously, like here in Cali, I recommend, if you don't want something fancy but not something like in the middle, I recommend Nor, but Nor Strata 3 or 4, because it's got everything around you area. It's cheaper, and you can find a really nice apartment. So yeah, I mean, I
True.
recommend that because I looked apartments over there. Why I didn't look the south? Because south you can find decent apartments, nice neighborhoods, but for our business, it's too far away. So the traffic is really bad over there. If we need to do something, or we need to meet up for you guys for Inmigración Colombia, for do any permission or whatever, it's really hard to. It's really stressing coming from south to north, because the traffic is kind of bad after 4 p.m. or 7 a.m.
Yeah, I
So
agree with Andre. If it were
exactly.
me recommending somebody to come to Cali, I would easily say North. Granada area, uh, the
Florida,
Florida.
Pasa,
Chippy
Prados,
Choppy.
Chipichape, Menga.
Yep,
Yeah,
Manga. Yep.
yeah, you
Those
guys.
are the areas that we recommend because out north, everything is because I always think of it like this, guys. If Andrea's gone with the truck, or before we had a vehicle on our own, is everything in walking distance within a 5 to 15 minute walk?
Mhm,
If it's that in out north Cali, it is so every like Andre was saying,
mhm.
from zone 3, 4, 5, 6, everything is in walking distance. Your
Mhm.
gyms, not just gyms, grocery
Yeah.
stores, hospitals, everything is really, really close when you're in those areas. But if you're out south, yeah, you need an Uber all the time.
Yeah, that's
Even
true.
though it's nice, just as nice as out north, but it's
Mhm.
just everything just super spreaded and the traffic is super thick.
Yeah, that's so true. Okay, my still saying thank you so much for your donation. And he said didn't know that they have insurance there.
Yeah.
What type of insurance do they have there? The insurance, what, medical insurance?
Yeah, medical
We
insurance.
have a lot of medical insurance. Sura, Confinalco, Colsanita. There's a lot of medical insurance here. So uh yeah, I mean, to respond to your questions, yeah.
And for those of you guys that we're going to talk about this real quick, let me pull this out. For those of you guys that are like, I'm coming to Colombia, but I don't have any type of insurance to get my visa. So this is the insurance that we recommend for guys. We're going to
You know what a visa.
say that again.
You know what a visa.
What a
But we
visa?
are no more visa to have travel insurance for you no more visa.
Oh, your nomad visa. Yeah, your
Exactly.
nomad or for your retirement visa.
Yeah.
We're going to pull this up for you real quick. Right here, and that was a good question. We often recommend to guys that want to get their digital nomad visa,
Hmm.
or if you want to get your retirement visa, we use or recommend IMG. IMG is very inexpensive, and they're very quick to give you a quote and very quick. I mean, we know guys that within 15, 20 minutes to 40 minutes, they are fully covered. They'll send you through your email your coverage forms, your card, your insurance card, everything. This is what their insurance covers. First thing it covers travel insurance, which covers anything any sicknesses, anything that takes place with you when you're traveling, and any emergency evacuations, any of those things, it takes care of you. Number two, let's go to number three over here. Travel insurance that covers your bags, that covers your flights, that cover all those things. The next one is this the one that you'll need if you decide to live in another country, no matter what country that is, until you become a citizen or get a particular type of visa. But if you're just getting just your first visa in any country, you'll need international health insurance. This covers you, IMG covers you for a year to 2 years, and it's regular health insurance, like if you're going for a doctor's appointment. This is what you'll need right here, and this is what they'll ask you for in order to acquire a visa, no matter what visa it is. I don't care if it's a business visa. All visas in most countries are going to ask you, if you plan on living there, do you have international health insurance because you are not a citizen of that country. So I'm going to drop the link to IMG Global. You guys getting a hookup today. I swear.
A lot of information you
Y'all
guys are
getting
receiving
the
today.
info
Damn.
today. I'm serious. There we go. That was a good question. Okay. Let me let
Okay,
you go
back
ahead, babe.
to the
Let you go to the next one.
yeah, but back to the
Are you gonna change the size again? Oh, back there. Okay.
exactly.
We got 140 people in the building. Make sure you guys click that like button. We like you. Make sure you like us too.
Yeah, wait a second. Our comment sections.
Now you got a couple more super chats to do.
Where? Okay, Will. Yeah. Okay.
My 2 cents. Send another one.
Insurance. Yeah. Wait a second. Okay. My 2 cents. Thank you so much. And he said, when do you talk about the dividing of taxes?
Assets.
It makes me wonder, what's the divorce rate or there?
9%.
Do the woman plot like women in the States to get all? If not, what incentives women to stay married there?
Okay, he's saying that a good statement. First question you asked, he said, "What's the divorce rate?" Divorce rate here in Colombia is 9%. I've already looked it up. Okay. He said, "Do women plot here?" There's always a woman plotting somewhere. Okay, don't never think that it's not somewhere in the world that you have good women and you got bad women. There's always a woman trying to plot on some dude. Okay, but the way the Colombian laws are made up, don't think like the States, guys. For a split second, don't think like the States. In the States, a woman could marry you, or she could get pregnant and say, "I want this amount of money because I had his baby," or because we were married, "I want half of all his stuff in which I wasn't around for, but I deserve to get half of his retirement or half." That's the States. Once again, that's the States. Like Andre used to always have to tell me, "This is not the United States,
This is
Andre."
not United States.
She's all, but baby, in the States, well, this is not the States, Andre. Okay, so just like I had to get out that mentality. Here in Colombia, once you are past the 2-year window and enter into common law, or if you're like us, married, wherever you acquire in that bubble together, that's what split 50-50. I don't care what her argument is, what your argument is. Whatever you acquired in that bubble, investments, property, cars, if it's in that relationship, that's what split. Anything that was before, that's yours. That's yours. And they're not unless it's a situation where you're a movie star or basketball player and things like that.
Sign prenups and everything.
Right. And so but for the average person, average couple like us, it's whatever happened in the marriage. Not like the States. States just take everybody.
Yeah.
And the last part, he said, "What's the incentive for women to stay married?" See, the mistake that you're thinking is that it has to be some form of economic incentive. Women here stay married because they want to stay married to that person who they want to be with. And there are women here that
in the name of love, well, obviously not just love can handle a marriage, a lot of things, but
family.
Yeah, exactly. Family, stability, emotional stability. If you got business together, kids together, it's just not like it's something like we discussed this, you guys, outside of this topic that Andrew say that he said that in the States, just a woman could tell you one day, I want to get a divorce. I don't want to be with you. And just file for divorce. In Colombia, it's not word like that, you guys. Even when we got married, the notary or the person, it was a woman, right? It was a woman. She started to say all the things that cause a divorce. Infidelity, alcohol, drugs problems,
abuse,
intimacy, abandonment,
the family.
So here, that thing don't work. Doesn't work.
Yeah, you can't just wake up in the morning and just say, "I want a divorce."
I want a divorce. And you say, wait a minute. What are you saying? But I still love you. Let's, if we got a problem, let's go to psychology or whatever. But if one of them, they say, "No, I don't want to get divorced because we need to work on this marriage. We have been together for 15 years or 10 years, whatever." So you can't get divorced like that. At least that you guys are separate physically for 2 years, then you apply for a divorce. But here in Colombia, it's not like, I want to get a divorce. It's not work like that, baby. It's not work like that.
No, I'm gonna take him for all his money. I'm gonna get him divorced tomorrow morning. Not here.
It's not. No, Colombia doesn't work like that. No.
Yeah, that's true.
Will the trio say thank you so much? They said that's why before you leave the States, you need to get okay, in Espanol it's hard even to me. Irrevocable. Okay, trust. And have the trust send you your monthly
annuity or money.
Also protects your upon death.
Yeah, it protects you upon death. Absolutely correct.
Victoria say thank you so much. We appreciate all the good information, and we say thank you so much, Kenny, for the 25. This is
$25.
Okay,
for the cash up. Shout
and
out to you.
Thank you so much.
Shout out to you, Uriah, as well as Kenneth.
Okay, let's go because I know you guys are crazy about the Colombians and everything. then oh my god, you guys have a lot of comments here. Okay, this we are read it. We got this one. Okay, we got this one. This one. We got that one too.
You guys are coming with some great questions tonight too.
Okay. Yeah, you guys are. Yeah, and that's a really good information for you guys because.
Oh, I saw a good one. Scroll back down for a second, babe. Oh, we love living near Chippy Choppy Mall, by the way. I think it was Nate that said that. We love being in the Chippy Choppy area.
I like that area around.
Go to Bobby. Yes.
Bobby. He said, should I keep my US bank account open? Yes, for sure.
That's what I
transfer
have.
money. Yeah. Do not close the bank account in the US. Do not do that. Transfer money to Colombia. But yeah, you can do that by what's the money transfer?
I use Remitly.
Remitly, a really great app. Or have all my finances. No, don't do that. Don't do that because you start to paying taxes.
Yep.
And it's a lot of things. No, don't do that.
All the years I've been here, guys, I still have my American bank account. We transfer money here. What we need, we use the Remitly app. Remitly. Remitly. I mean, is Mitly. Remitly app. It is a money transfer from bank to bank. My bank account's connected to it. Andrea's is. So, and they send money in seconds. And I mean really fast. So if I'll sit back and I say, you know what? I need $200. I don't just have $200 sitting in my Colombian bank account because I'll tell you why in a second. So I'll transfer through the Remitly app from my US bank account to the Colombian bank account. Or I'll ask Andrea, hey, babe, you need some cash? You know, she's like, she always answers, I'm a woman. I always need money. And so I'll send money into Andrea's bank account. Here's the why we don't keep the money, a boatload of money in our Colombian bank account. Colombia pays taxes through the bank account.
Yeah.
Colombians, when they get paid, they get their whole direct deposit. If you a Colombian and you fill out your form saying I'll be making this many amount of hours per hour, you get all that money. They tax you your bank account during tax season. With your girl, you know, that's her special. That's what she's special.
For the first time, he's gonna file for taxes
because I sent too much money last year.
I said, babe, you overpassed the amount. Yeah, baby, you need to declare taxes this year.
The amount that you would normally send to your bank account in $200 increments, $500 increments, $1,000, $15 increments to your Colombian bank account cannot go over on estimate about $11,000, right? Well, I passed the $11,000 for the first time this past year. So tax season, your boy will be paying taxes.
Okay. Here we got a question, and I almost said goodbye, you guys. You still with your boy?
But before we go to the next question, but whatever taxes I pay here in Colombia are deductible in the United States. I want you, this is important for you guys to know. So you're not going to pay taxes in two countries. Whatever amount that I would have to pay in Colombia, that's deducted from my taxes in the United States. Go ahead, baby.
Okay. Pretty TV, he say, does Colombia tax your retirement?
Your pension, or like your dad is about to retire soon, your Social Security, stuff like that?
Obviously, you receive it in your U.S. bank account. No, there's not any problem. No, there's nothing to do with Colombia. Nothing.
It's just once you send the money to your Colombian bank account,
that's
what starts the accumulation.
Exactly. Victor said, can I pay my Colombian bills with a U.S. bank account, or I have to use the Colombian bank account for everything? The Colombian bank account to set up. Yeah.
Now it depends. It depends, because sometimes we use our our U.S. bank account for like to pay this on the car or pay on that on the rent, and we just send a receipt. Do we ever use the green card for that? Do we have any bills that we pay for use the green card?
No, never.
Oh, so we use our.
We send the money to our Colombia bank accounts, and we pay for
Oh,
all
okay,
Colombia
okay.
bank
So
accounts.
everything. Okay, I see. I'm learning about my own bills.
Kings and Dreams, thank you so much for your donation. Happy
Make-
Sunday, Dre and Andrea, and great knowledge that you all are teaching.
Make sure you guys subscribe to Kings and James channel.
Another thing that I read here is like I have the Miami girl accent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really, I do?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Shout out to Frank.
Yeah, thank you so
You
much.
see, you can also use Wise transfer. That's absolutely correct. I use Wise as well. So that's our backup. If we're not using Remitly, we're using Wise. That's the new app that I've sent money to you and sent money to our bank accounts. Yep.
Nothing that I learned. Okay, you guys, the live stream with me is done with Andrea. You're gonna continue with your boy. So yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, I know. Andrea got some fire.
Yeah.
To just.
Yeah.
Yes, you guys. A lot of things are going on, but yes. Thank you so much for being here with me. Thank you so much for your comments, everything. Thank you for your question, your donations. You're gonna stay with Andre for the rest of the live stream, of course. And I'm gonna read the last comment with me. Okay, wait a second. Okay. There we go. Okay, Andre, now the question about the gyms in Cali, Colombia. Do they let people record and follow our memberships to similar to the US membership, or does Colombia have their own way to do
So
a
they got their own.
membership?
Yeah, they have
Own
their
way.
own memberships. And they're set up just like the States, except not as expensive.
Mhm.
A perfect example. If you go to Smart Fit, you could get Smart Fit for that one gym, or Smart Fit for that city. So you go to a Smart Fit in every city, or get the membership that's national. So it's like LA Fitness. And so you can go anywhere in Colombia and use Smart Fit. So it depends on which membership that you want to get. 24-hour fitness that we go to is like that. We have the membership for our neighborhood. So we go to 24/7. So right now I can get up and go to the gym if I wanted to, right? Or we could pay for the 24/7 membership around the city, so we can go to anyone in the city. Or we could have paid for the one that's national, so we could go to 24-hour fitness in any city that we wanted to. So it depends on what you're looking for. But the memberships are somewhat like the States, but they have nothing to do with the States. Or you could just find yourself a gym that's just a regular neighborhood gym, and you're like, hey, this is my neighborhood that I live in. It's not a franchise, but it's a nice gym. And you can go there to that gym as well, even though they only have that one gym that works best for you.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on what type of gym you're looking for as well. Now, down here, you're not going to find gyms with swimming pools, or there are a couple with saunas, but Colombia is so hot in many areas, you ain't going to find too many saunas down here.
Mm-hmm. Wait a second. We got Kiss and Dreams. Okay, wait a second. There's a lot of. You can have Wi-Fi around the city. Really good Wi-Fi. Doesn't matter the strata. Okay, yeah, for sure, no doubt. Kingston Street, new collaboration. Yes, thank you so much for your $5.
Here, let's learn Spanish TV.
Smart Feed Universal is 24 USD per month for worldwide.
Make sure you guys subscribe to the Main's channel. Good dude. He king of Cali. He was down here in Cali before all the other brothers.
Oh yeah. Okay, you guys, thank you so much for being here with us and with me.
Now it's our turn, guys. So hang out with your boy.
Oh my God, the spanking star.
All right, I'm gonna give you guys the break, and then
you guys, thank you so much, and we'll see you the next live stream with Andrea.
And now you're gonna let your girl Andrea go. Let your sexy boo.
Have a good night, you guys.
Oh yeah, we're about to have some fun now. First of all, we're gonna start off with the break. So I'm gonna give you guys 2 minutes to break. Let's get that break set up for you guys. Here we go. There we go.
Det var första gången vi möttes. Våra blickar bara möttes. Kommer du ihåg det igen? Kommer du ihåg det igen? Du vill ha icy little fingers. Då du vet det chalas. All in, ingen broms, schackmatt på din vänster hand. Du är så viktig baby. Ja, come for me, my baby. I really tap on no gonna. Feeling singing and I feel me shakarina. No sound saving is in now. You're coming out to ride with you. 100 go back, let her die for you. Du är så viktig, baby. Ja, du är alias. Du är försiktig, baby. Men du tar mig en chans. Det är 50-50, baby. Men det är balans. Jag växlar upp för dig, baby. Ingen annan. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Det är mitt liv, baby. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det. Det är mitt liv, baby. Visa mig vart du finns. Du kommer väl till min city? Nej, jag vet att det finns. Kom det är bra lives and all nights, yeah. Jag vet att jag minns kör det. Chans social smuggle lady. Jag tvivlar det. Visa mig vart du finns, yeah. Det var fan ingen dans på någon ros innan jag träffade någon som det.
Shout out to you guys still being here. We got 121 people still in the building. Maybe move that microphone over, that camera over, so you guys will be basically facing your boy. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. All right. Part 2. Let's have some fun. Let's get some music going first of all. Some background music. Part 2 is basically we're going to be talking about let's keep it smooth. It's Sunday. Let's keep it smooth. Part 2, we're basically going to be talking about some of the things that are going on with immigration in the States. We got a video for you. Bruh. We're going to be using New York as an example, but from what we're hearing, this is taking place across the country. When we hear Americans talk about what's going on in other countries and calling other countries third world, America is slowly but surely, my country 'tis of thee, is becoming third world. Not because of Americans, I'll say that again, not because of us, but because of the individual immigrants that we're letting into the United States. The same crimes that you guys cry about here in South America are the same crimes that are taking place in the United States right now. So we're going to look at a video. Oh yeah, we're going to have some fun with this one. We're going to dissect this video in regards to some of the criminality that's taking place there in the United States that guys or individuals just don't want to admit to. They just don't want to admit that this is taking place in the States right now. So let's clear all this up. And we're going to get started with this video right now. And we're going to be doing a breakdown of it as well. So let me make sure that I've hit everything and everyone answered all your questions. Shout out to you guys that have been sending super chats and supporting the channel. He say no work tomorrow. What? No work tomorrow. So tuned in Sunday with with D-use in with drink in hand. Or with D's in hand. Okay. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. We got the cologne of the evening. Shout out to my man Kings of Dreams. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. I should have kept the letters larger where like how Andre had it. Cologne of the night is Terra de Hermes. I hope I pronounced it. Hermes. Terra de Hermes. Cologne of the evening. It is a very citrusy, I would say a grapefruit smell. It is really good. It is a very masculine scent. There's nothing feminine about this. This is, if I could easily put this in my top 10 male colognes. Once again, it's that Terra de Hermes. Let me put that up there. Make sure you guys can see that. There we go. All right, so that's what I'm wearing right now. Shout out to you guys. All right, let's get started with the video. Enough of hearing Andre talk. Let's get started with this video. Let me cut this music down a little bit so you guys can really enjoy this. And let's get started with this.
Assaults and robberies. Both are rising now that
we're volume on. Oh, my bad. There we go. Wait a minute. Let me pause it for a second to make sure that I can hear it.
Assaults and robberies. Both are rising now that organized gangs are operating in New York City, and police say there could be hundreds of criminals out there, and they have no way of stopping them all.
They walked across the border for a better life, but now they are walking out in handcuffs after police say their American dream was to commit crime.
Police say a gang terrorized New Yorkers, robbing them and then hacking their phones to drain bank accounts of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Surveillance video shows the moment two masked men broke into the back of a Bronx bodega, walked up to the register, and made off with $100,000 cash.
I think all the crime is getting worse right now. I mean, especially with the bikes and the mopeds and the scooters, everyone's riding around.
Police say this is one part of one migrant gang, and there are others.
According to the police commissioner, the city is in the middle of a crime wave. And it's gang-related. Now, although some of the gangs are made up apparently of asylum seekers, what nobody's talking about is there's other high-profile gang-related activity being orchestrated by gangs of New Yorkers as well. We're talking everything from cell phone theft to pickpocketing. A crime spree involving bodegas has seen certain businesses lifted for over $100,000. And the next time you're out at a bar and someone attractive approaches you and talks to you, they could be targeting you for some crimes that are so heinous, it makes me think it's probably not even safe to go out at night here. On top of that,
now, before he goes any further, where have we heard that before? That it's not safe to go out to certain bars and meet beautiful ladies because if they meet you, you might be targeted. Isn't that what DC Rob and Razor Ray and all the other guys such as ourselves have been talking about in South America? And now you've got all the same people that were type of people, let's put it like this, the same type of people that were committing crimes, past tense, in South America have taken their skills and crafts to North America. The same thing that they're doing, going into the clubs now, being beautiful and setting you guys up. And he also mentioned that some of the gangs in New York are saying, wait a minute, if the immigrants can come here and commit all these crimes, why don't we? So now in New York and in other areas of the country, this is just symbolic of other areas of the country that are saying that if immigrants are able to commit crimes in this country, then why don't we do it too? Let's go back to the video.
Some of the asylum seekers who've been caught up in this may have been exploited by gang leaders the police are now looking for. But before we get into why this is happening and how much damage is being done to the city, it's important to understand that many of the criminals who have been caught have already been controversially released without bail. So they're still out there somewhere for some reason. But what's alarming is that when last year ended, overall levels of crime in the city were down. There was a 12% decrease in extremely violent types of crime, but the reduced crime trend has reversed. And what most people don't know is that since 2019, overall crime in the city is up 32%, which means 1 out of every 3 New Yorkers are now more likely to be involved in some sort of incident. And the types of incidents happening now are unlike anything I've ever seen. So this right here might look like your typical New York City apartment building, but inside buildings just like this, there are gangs operating and using them as hideouts. Inside, you'll find illegal apartments full of the tools needed to commit modern crime. Stuff for hacking, stealing identity, reprogramming phones. And authorities think there could be hundreds of these gang operations hidden throughout the city that they haven't even...
Let's pause that for a second. Where have we heard that before? individual gangs coming together to steal technology, to steal your Bitcoin, to steal your cash, to steal money in your bank accounts, steal your wallets. Where have we heard that before? In South America. So when we sit back and say, this right here is proof, America and Americans, this is proof. Most of the people that have stayed back and didn't leave Colombia, didn't leave Venezuela, didn't leave Brazil, didn't leave Ecuador, are just, like I continue to say, good, everyday, hardworking people. Now, are there still crime around? No matter what country you go to, no matter what city, there's always going to be some form of crime. But what I'm saying is, in the United States, you will always hear people talk about Colombia as if all Colombian women are pay for play. All Colombian men are thieves of the night. All Venezuelan men are this, and all Venezuelan women are that. Okay, if that was so true, now you guys are getting the trash that these other countries have been trying to take out anyway. Yes, the United States has become the trash bin for South America and Central America. Our country is the trash bin. Anybody that wants to be a criminal, they're going to the United States. Anybody that wants to do dirt, they're going to the United States. Anybody that's grimy and low life, for the most part, they're going to the United States. The ones that are staying back, they just don't want to go to the States. But the level or quality of people that the Biden administration, because this is administration right now, are letting them in, this is what you're getting. The same crimes and the same criminals. So you can't blame all the good people that are back here in South America for all that's taking place there in North America. Let's get back to the video. It's just so sad that crime was down in this city, and in many cities, and now crime is up in those cities.
Been discovered yet, but the mayor has made it clear that the gang activity we're talking about does not represent the majority of asylum seekers, many of whom have come here seeking a better life without the intent to commit crime.
How did these migrants end up on the wrong side of the law? Police say it did not happen overnight and that they are organized criminals. Police say a ringleader of the group has been recruiting migrants who recently arrived in the city to do his dirty work. He even had a so-called inside man.
What a crazy operation. There's all these people involved. There's a ringleader, and apparently he was.
You know what I love about this video is his facial reactions, because his facial reactions are symbolic of most people back in the States. I can't believe that this is happening. These are crimes that we've never heard of. I don't understand what's going on. Well, those of us who travel realize that these crimes are all over. These types of crimes and criminals are all over the world. The United States is just so flabbergasted. Grasp my pearls. I can't believe these type of crimes are taking place. You got YouTubers making videos on the crimes that are taking place, which in many parts of South America are everyday crimes. And now you guys have the trash of Colombia, the trash of Venezuela, the trash of Brazil. You've got Ecuador's trash. You've got Guatemala's trash, Belize's trash, all in the United States. Y'all didn't get doctors and lawyers and attorneys coming across borders. Nope. You got everybody else's trash. And now you let it into your country. That's the results that you're getting. And that's why for some of us who are travelers or relocators, the crimes that are making you feel so surprised are crimes that we already knew existed around the world.
Able to lure asylum seekers into his operation. And what's crazy is they even had their own IT person inside the apartment helping them break into all the stolen phones. And the police raid was pretty intense. They showed up pre-dawn, tons of people, body armor, equipment. There were a lot of guys, and they went into that place when everybody was asleep and arrested them.
Police say a gang terrorized New Yorkers. Here, a thief on a moped steals a purse, but most importantly, a phone. The phone is then hacked to drain the person's bank accounts. This one pattern has nearly 150 victims.
So apparently, these folks were part of a moped-related crime spree. That's how they would get the valuables and the phones. They'd ride up on one of these illegal mopeds that the police have since confiscated, and there would be two riders. There's the driver, and then there's the snatcher, and the snatcher would grab whatever they were trying to steal, and the driver would worry about driving away. It's very scary, and especially...
Oh, my God. Not someone on a moped actually stealing. Two people on a moped. One would do the crime while the other one rode. Oh my, America, y'all funny. I love my country, but we are funniest. Oh my God, these new type of crimes on mopeds, on scooters. I can't believe they're doing this. These are the same. That's why I just said America is the new third world, because the same crimes that were happening in countries that you were calling third world, it's amazing how now those exact crimes and those exact criminals are in my country, 'tis of thee. So yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm just surprised, and I'm laughing at the reactions of Americans who are surprised that someone could actually snatch your phone while they're on a scooter. How dare they rob Americans? Let's get back to the video. This is so funny.
A lot of these are electric, and if they're electric, they're not going to make any noise when they approach you on the street. So if you have AirPods or some sort of headphone in, you're not going to have any indication that they're coming until it's too late. Apparently, one person was seriously injured when their purse was grabbed, and the riders attempted to flee the scene while they were still hanging on. And the scariest thing about all this is if somebody steals your purse or your wallet or even your phone, that's your whole life. You got your bank account in there. You got all this stuff that in the name of convenience is on one device. But if people take that one device, everything's here. It's really sad. But it wasn't the ringleader who was out riding around on one of these mopeds.
Believe it or not, that he has his own IT guy in there apparently breaking into the phones.
Police arriving to this apartment building where the suspects allegedly rent rooms inside an apartment. Once police hit the apartment door, they say the...
So it seems like the leader of this whole operation ended up recruiting people who otherwise would have been living in the city's shelters. That's terrible. But before we continue uncovering what these guys were up to and how many of their counterparts are still out there, in a sense, the leader of this thing was looking for people to exploit. Over 170,000 asylum seekers have come to New York City, and he was able to find vulnerable individuals in that population.
Let's not let that slide by. Over 170,000. Shout out to you, Jeffrey, my uncle, being in the building. He's right down the street right now. Shout out to you. 107,000. I think I said 107 or 170. I think he said 107,000 asylum seekers are here in North America, when all they had to do was just basically go to...
Welcome to Machismo TV, the ultimate destination for modern men seeking to upgrade their lifestyle. Subscribe to Machismo TV and Saul T-Balls. We stream daily from 12 midnight to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the best male-centric content. Highlight reels without reviewing or providing any editorial bias to the content. We have done so much, with so little for so long, we are now qualified to do anything, with nothing.
That's all they had to do. Let everybody that came into the country make sure that they had subscribed to Machismo TV. But since they hadn't, we'll have to do it. So make sure you guys subscribe to Machismo TV, Salty Balls, International IQ, which is my man in International Quiet Storm, IS. Shout out to you guys. Let's get back to the video.
Doesn't mean they're innocent, but it does mean he was offering them something very enticing. But one of the problems with this is police and the government here don't have a whole lot of warning of who these folks might be in advance of them committing a crime.
They're essentially ghost criminals. No criminal history, no photos, no cell phone, no social media. Sometimes we're even unclear on a name or a date of birth.
So apparently with local criminals, police can learn a lot about them based on where they might have grown up, what their online activity is like, where they went to school. Most Americans are already in the system to an extent, but somebody who just got here and has limited paperwork to begin with, maybe they're not. And since New York is a sanctuary city, they don't cooperate with the federal government, which, as we'll soon find out, could be limiting the amount of information the police have to make these arrests and find out who the bad guys are in the first place. But shockingly, a number of suspects who were arrested are also released without bail. And the reason police are searching for the ringleader is because he was arrested previously on a grand larceny charge, but also released without bail. And he wasn't apprehended in this.
Let's pause that for a second. So the criminal leader was released without bail already. He set up a brand new ring link, a group of individuals. And yep, those same cartel, yeah, they're in the United States now. And asylum cities. That asylum cities are cities in the United States, which some of you don't know, are cities that do not work with the federal government. Other cities used to, hey, if you're illegally in the United States, the local police could arrest you just for illegally being in the United States. And you would get shipped out of the United States. Not in asylum cities like Chicago, Denver, Colorado, New York, parts of Florida, parts of the southern regions, parts of out West California, parts of Texas. They do not have to work with the federal government to put these people out of your city and out of the country. They have no jurisdiction to do that. In other words, in order to get those criminals out of your city, the Federal Immigration Office or Federal Immigration Department has to come, arrest, and then ship that person out. If the federal government doesn't come, that person can only be arrested and released, as we're seeing right now. So a lot of those asylum cities are cities where criminals know I could be arrested 50 times and be let go 50 times within a 24-hour period. Let's go back to the video.
Police raid, and he's still out there on the loose. It's great that we're catching the bad guys, but if we just then turn around and release them and they go back to doing what they were doing, the city's not exactly any safer. And critics say this soft on crime approach is why local gangs of New Yorkers are doing stuff that might be even worse. So here we have your typical New York City bodega, deli, convenience store, whatever you want to call it. It might not look fancy, might not look like much. Perhaps you think they're just in here selling sandwiches, making pineapple juice. But to criminals, a place like this could be more valuable to hit up than an actual bank.
Surveillance video shows the moment two masked men broke into the back of a Bronx bodega, walked up to the register, and made off with $100,000 cash. One of the men wearing a hooded...
That's insane. $100,000. Now, experts are saying that it was probably a week's worth of sales from the entire store. But the criminals made away with all that money in cash without getting caught. And apparently, if the criminals were to have tried to rob a bank, their chances of a successful robbery would have been 60%, and typical damages from a modern bank robbery are around $10,000. So this was 10 times more than they would have got from a bank. There was probably a safe or something that they were able to break into, and it sounds like it was full and hadn't been emptied in quite some time. And as you'll see from the footage, the robbers definitely knew what they were doing.
One of the men wearing a hooded jacket can be seen rummaging through compartments until he finds the money, stuffs it in a backpack, and leaves.
A lot of the times they get away with $5,000, $10,000. That's not a story.
So as you can see from the hoods and the masks, this gang of criminals, they were professionals and they had inside knowledge. We think they knew that money was in there and they knew how to get in. So there's the little deli on the corner, but you can tell the storefront goes back here. And what do we have? Over here, we've got a couple of windows. Now, these look pretty secure, but it seems that there was a back door entrance, which is common in buildings like this. And that's what they were able to breach and enter the business. This particular deli doesn't have one, but there's another one down the street that does, right around the corner from the main. This one, it looks like they walled it all off, probably for security reasons. And as you can see from the footage, they deliberately decided not to go in the building's front door. They went in the back to attract as little suspicion as possible, and it doesn't seem like any alarm or anything went off, because if it had, they probably would have been moving a little bit quicker.
According to the NYPD, it happened sometime between 11 p.m. on Sunday and 5 a.m. on Monday at Los Castillos Mini Market on University Avenue. Owner owner, Carlos Castillo, was away on vacation. When he got back, he found that the place had been ransacked.
And how did they know the owner hadn't yet gone to the bank? Maybe one of the workers tipped him off that the owner wasn't around, which means this heist could have been an inside job, or maybe a delivery worker. They get deliveries of beverages and food and supplies. Maybe they delivered a lot. They knew what was going on, knew the owner was going to be out of town. Either way, it was definitely not a random smash and grab type attack. A lot of thought went into what was going to happen and when it was going to happen. On top of that, the back entrance that they went to, it was way less obvious than this little place. In fact, it wasn't visible at all from the street.
They must have known what they needed to do in order to get in here.
The thieves went around the corner, down the stairs, through a back alley, and pried open this metal door with a 6-foot crowbar to gain entry.
Now, I've been in basements in a building interior before, and when you go down in there, it's not like there's just one door. There's a whole bunch of doors. Some could lead to apartments, some could lead to the businesses, some could lead to the basement, but they only broke in to the one door they needed to access to get inside the deli. They didn't go into the wrong door. They knew where to go. But there's no ultimate confirmation as to who these people were, who these people weren't. My guess, with the amount of insider knowledge these guys had that allowed them to commit their crime in the first place, we're probably talking about local criminals here. But the next gang the police caught wasn't targeting local bodegas. No, they were targeting the rich.
Now, before we go into the portion where they talk about targeting the rich, in other words, targeting people with money, who are the people that they were targeting in South America before they got to North America? You and I. In South America, you and I are the people that have money compared to the average South American, correct? So they target us. They took the same game plan. Do you notice what they're doing? They're literally taking the same game plan that they used as criminals in South America. They aren't even tweaking it. They're not changing it. They're not remixing it. Nothing. They're like, if it worked back home in South America, because Americans are so egotistical when they got off planes in South America, and it was easy to delete, rob, drug, steal from South America, from North Americans, whether they're from Canada, whether they're parts of Europe. It's so easy to take from them when they get off the planes in our home country. How much easier it is to take from North Americans or Europeans in their countries. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're doing exactly what they would do to North Americans in South America. They're just doing it back in the States. And this is sad no matter where you are. But let's look at them target the rich the same way that they target us when we get off the planes.
High-end bars in Lower Manhattan, targeted by a criminal crew, setting its sights on people who are drunk.
Yeah, police say that crew would lure in men, then clean them out, then spend 6 figures on luxury products.
So, as you can imagine, there are a lot of bars and restaurants all over Manhattan. Around 10,000 of them in total. And since there's a lot of wealthy people who go to these places, if you're a criminal, each bar is a potential location for you to spot a victim. And when someone's at a bar or restaurant, they're trying to have a good time, their guard is down. And what you've got here is your classic honeypot scheme. You're at one of these places and an attractive stranger approaches to you. They seem interested, and they are interested, but not for the reasons you might think.
They have been removing cell phones and credit cards once they get the victim's property at high-end stores, as well as at Apple, where they have been running up charges upwards of $100,000 to $200,000 per incident.
Okay, that's insane. $200,000 in multiple incidents? That's double the bodega heist. Except this time, the customer was targeted at a lounge like this for being rich. The New York Times refers to these people as the Grinch Boys, and apparently what they were doing after robbing somebody, there's a 24-hour Apple store right here in the city, and they would go there with their credit cards and buy a whole bunch of stuff and then sell that stuff later. They were robbing people at 2 a.m. and buying iPhones at 3 a.m. And there was a terrible amount of sophistication that went into this operation, including how they selected who they thought was rich.
Prosecutors.
Let's pause right there. Same routine once again. They would catch you in the club. with your guards down here in Medellin, Colombia, for example. And then you would be coerced by the beautiful lady. You get robbed by the beautiful lady. And then by the time you woke up from being scopolamined, what happened? All your crypto is gone. They've gone through your bank accounts and they've used your credit cards to buy a bunch of stuff to where you had to reach out to your credit card company and to get all this taken care of. And as far as your crypto was concerned, that was gone. That was gone. They are literally doing to you what they were doing to you in South America. Nothing different. The same scooter, the same crimes on scooters and on motorcycles, they're doing that. The same sending beautiful women your way to set you up while you're drunk. They don't even listen. They don't even have to worry for you guys to get on planes anymore. You think that you had to watch your back in Colombia. So for all you guys that talk about coming to Colombia, it's so dangerous. What? These same crimes are happening in Denver, in LA, Chicago, Memphis, Tennessee, parts of Atlanta, many parts of Florida. These immigrants, not all, but many of these immigrants, and I'll say that again, not all, are using the same plot and plans that they used before. So now you can't let your guards down in the States. So if you're thinking that you're walking up to a hot chick and you're thinking that, by the way, just because you're thinking like, well, if she's a Latin chick, then I won't mess with her. Don't forget that there are gorgeous Afro-Colombian and Afro-Brazilian and Afro-Venezuelan women that are among them. And so now you got this beautiful, gorgeous Black Venezuela woman in your face. And the next thing you know, you getting robbed in the States. So while everybody's trying to be prepared for when they come to Colombia, you need to be prepared while you're in the United States. And EMB, shout out to you, brother. And you're right, Bucaramanga is a beautiful, beautiful city. And if you ain't got money, you might not even want to be there because it's one of those areas that's really, you're talking about Bucaramanga. Yeah, you might not want to be there because it is a very nice place and you got to have some paper to be there to really enjoy it. But it's a really nice area. You're right, brother. Let's get back to the video.
Say Pomales was a ringleader. He allegedly directed women to chat up men and gain their trust before robbing them.
I was intoxicated.
A brother.
I'm also very tired. I'm pretty sure that's why I was targeted by those two women.
So it sounds like the way the gang operated was they would have their female operatives already inside the bar when victims started showing up, which to the unsuspecting victims would not seem out of the ordinary at all. It probably looked like the after work crowd or girls' night out or just an average evening in the city. Nothing suspicious about this. And after striking up a casual conversation, they could figure out what this person does for a living, how much they make, where they live, who they're hanging out with. They know everything about you. To the victims, they're buying drinks, chatting up attractive singles, but the crooks are waiting until they get drunk and then they're going to rob them. And what's frightening about this is there are so many ways that could happen. It could be as simple as lifting someone's credit card when they're not paying attention, doing the same thing to their phone when they're not paying attention, or leaving with them and going to another location and then either having one of your thug friends rob them when they're out on the street walking, or wait till they bring you to their apartment and then rob them when you're there.
Detectives say once they marked a target, women would get them to leave a bar, go somewhere else, take their belongings, and spend as much money before the victim realized what happened.
Oh, that sounds so familiar, doesn't it? Let's just go back. I'm just having fun with this. You're in the States. We're not talking about Medellin, Cartagena. We're not talking about Sosua. We're not talking about in Thailand. We're talking about the country that always criticizes other countries as if, look at you guys with all this criminality. That never happens in our country, the United States. Now look at what's going on. Shout out to Theo once again. It's all over. The city that they're looking at right now, Theo, that we're looking at right now is New York. But these same crimes are taking place in all of the sanctuary cities for asylums. In other words, all the cities that have major immigrants coming through. And just like one of the brothers said, now they're sending immigrants to Canada. I'll say it again. The brother said earlier, they are now shipping immigrants to Canada. These same criminals are being sent to Canada. And notice the same format. Guy meets girl at club. Guy's drunk. Guy leaves club with girl. Guy gets robbed. All you dudes that was crying about having your little antennas up about coming to Medellin, your family's telling you, don't go to Colombia. It's so dangerous. Don't deal with those Venezuelan women. Which was true as far as the criminal elements. But now they are in the United States, and now look at the pot calling the kettle black. Now you got to keep your head on the swivel in the States, walking down the street with your cell phone in many major cities. Now, if a female walk up to you in the United States, you don't know if it's sincere or if it's a setup. You see who was the ringleader sitting in court. Remember, we just saw the ringleader sitting in court. It was a brother. A brother setting up brothers by luring them with beautiful women. So when we sit back and we see the United States and Canada trying to call out other countries, don't worry about it, because you guys got the same mess that are taking place that you need to clean up in the United States as well. Let's get back to the video, guys. I'm gonna hit the super chats in the comment section in a split second. We're almost done.
The time I left the bar and was trying to get back to my new apartment, they were able to get my wallet and they had my phone.
Now, what's crazy about this type of scheme is it's probably way more common than just this one story. I mean, think about it. We're all essentially a walking bank. But there's something about this particular crime that made the gang easy to find. According to the New York Times, the criminals were active on social media, where they would brag about how much money they were stolen and how rich they were. But that brings up the issue of New York City's sanctuary status. And how are the police supposed to find criminals if they have no way of identifying them or using the internet to track them down? The answers to these questions are not reassuring.
Increase in crime has some wondering if bills signed into law under Mayor de Blasio that prevent the NYPD from cooperating with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement should be reconsidered.
So it sounds like some of the laws on the books in New York City that are not necessarily recent, they're why the police are having a really tough time with some of the gang activity and the normal tough amount of time with some of the other gang activity. The ex-mayor in question here, Bill de Blasio, is a former progressive two-term mayor of New York. And look, I'm all for separation of powers, but the question that a lot of people have is, how is New York City supposed to use information the federal government may have about violent criminals who could be in the city if they're not allowed to talk to the government? The laws in question removed ICE agents from certain police-related activities and from certain city correctional facilities. And it limited the NYPD's cooperation with ICE only to situations that were putting the general public in immediate danger. Since there's no longer any cooperation with immigration, if the NYPD apprehends somebody who's wanted by federal authorities, whereas before these laws were passed, they may have held that person and then turned them over to ICE. Now that does not happen. There's no cooperation. They just release them and it's up to ICE to track them down. Now, yes, New York City is a sanctuary city, and these laws were designed to prevent unnecessary or unfair deportations in the eyes of officials at the time. But because of the rising crime, people are now talking about rolling some of these back so that the police can have more information to keep the city safe.
These sanctuary city policies are ridiculous. They're impeding our law enforcement officials. They're making those same law enforcement officials less safe, and by consequence, they're making all of us less safe.
So the issue here is that when somebody enters the country, the federal government checks them out, processes them, but then when they come to New York and make a shelter request, part of that process starts all over again. And that's why controversial policies like the idea of creating ID cards for people who've entered the country, those don't sit well with everybody, but they would give the NYPD more information because, hey, you could have to present this ID. Now, I'm not advocating for that system, but a lot of times the NYPD is going in blind when they encounter somebody, which is why it might be a good idea to start cooperating with the federal government. But according to the
So let's pause for a second. So let's just think about this. They are literally letting people waltz into the United States, no fingerprints taken, no names taken. But yet you all have to give up your homeless shelters for regular American citizens so the immigrants can live in them. They're giving the immigrants $1,000 a month vouchers. I said it. You can look it up. They're allowing the immigrants to beat down your police officers on camera. Your police officers. They're allowing the immigrants to come in, rob, break into stores, banks, snatch cell phones, con you, use the beautiful ladies to lure you in the bars and the clubs so you could get robbed and lose almost everything, if not everything. And there is not one bit of fingerprints on record for any of those people that are coming into the country. And over 107,000 of them have already infiltrated New York like locusts. Memphis, Tennessee, like locusts. Chicago, like locusts. Denver, Colorado, like locusts. Parts of Florida, like locusts. And you got the audacity to want to criticize Colombia. Really? Really, America? We want to criticize South America. We want to criticize somebody having a speck in their eye. In the United States, we got this big old boulder, this big tree log in our own eye. To where the State Department, the state police, and the immigration police don't even work together anymore. When I was locked up in the feds, and a lot of you guys may not know this, the people that get caught for being in the states illegally, they automatically go to federal prison. They have no right to a speedy trial because they're not citizens. So they just put them right. When I was locked up, there were a lot of individuals that were in there that didn't have a trial or anything. They were just waiting to be shipped out and kicked out of the United States. You got caught, you got kicked out. And I met this one old dude, he been caught like 5 times. He got a whole family in the United States. But anytime he get caught, and he was in his like 60s, the last time he got caught, he was telling me this story. He said, every time I get caught, they just send me to federal prison. I wait, they kick me out, and then I wait a few months and I come back into the United States and hang out with my family up north until they catch me again. He said, I've been doing it for years. But at least they were kicking people out. At least the state governments were working with the federal governments as far as immigration. Now, local police in all these cities can't do anything to touch these immigrants. All they can do is arrest them and send them on their merry way. To whereas let one of you local Americans, one of us get arrested, oh, we looking at 5, 15 years, 15 months, 37 months, 8 years. They can get caught, commit the crime, and get put right back on the streets. Even the crime of whooping a police officer's tail and get put right back on the streets. Right back on the streets. Let's finish up this video. We're going to go to the super chats in the comment section. We're on the last leg.
New York Post, not only are many of these suspects free without bail, they're referring to these criminals as ghost perpetrators who swap identities with other criminals and have multiple aliases they can use anytime. Which means not only are New York City's lax court laws making it easy for people to get away with no consequences, once they're back out on the street, they could claim to be anybody and go on as they were. And on top of that, some of the criminals caught in the nightclub extortion schemes, they're back out on the streets too, and they're local New Yorkers. Which makes it seem like criminals are taking advantage of New York's laws that were designed to make sure that people, no matter who they are or where they're from, are not unfairly treated by our justice system and incorrectly prosecuted. But should those be rolled back? Do we have too many of them to begin with? How would you fix the asylum crisis here? Let me know. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Yep. Sad but true. Sad but true. Let's go to these super chats. Shout out to you guys. Kings and Dreams with the $2 super chat. Shout out to you, brother. He says, pronounce Douce smooth cognac. Let me make sure I get that information. Douce. Okay, cool. I like a smooth cognac. Shout out to my man Timothy in the building with the $2 super chat. He says, are expats allowed to have firearms there? No, that's a myth. The average Colombian can't have firearms. First of all, I'm going to break it down for you guys. That's a good question, Timothy. Does the average person or even expat allowed to have firearms? You can have mace. Yes, you can have mace. Bear spray. You can have bear spray. So a taser, I got to find out about that. I think you can, but I'm not sure. But a true firearm, can you go to like the firing range? Yes. When you come here to Colombia, you can go to a firing range. But to actually own a firearm, first thing, firearm training or acquiring a license to have a firearm is through the Colombian military. So any training to acquire a firearm is through the military, first of all. Secondly, you are only allowed a certain amount of ammunition here in Colombia. Believe you me, I've done a lot of research on this, guys. You're only allowed a certain amount of ammunition per year. Once you run out of that ammunition and you get caught with more than what you were supposed to be with, oh, you could be locked down in Colombia. If you're allowed to have a firearm in Colombia, that's a if. That's because you notice most Colombians don't have a firearm. You have to be able to afford the license. You have had to have gone through the training, the military training for firearms. The military training for firearms, because the military allows you here in Colombia is in control of who gets a license, what training you had, as well as what artillery you can acquire and how much ammunition you can acquire. That's why, for the most part, a person that has a firearm is usually illegal, or their security, or their military work, person that's truly in the military. Are they everyday citizens that have a license to have firearms? Yes, but it's basically, a guy that knows a guy that knows a guy that can help you get the license. It's one of those things that I have planned to acquire down the turnpike. So don't think that I haven't researched this, because this is something that I want to acquire for myself and for the protecting of our family. So when it comes to Colombia, no, the average person cannot, and no expat can acquire and walk down the street. Now, you can have one of them fake bang bang guns that make the sound like it's a gun, but that's not going to do anything. And the person might pull out a real piece of artillery, and you're in trouble. But for the most part, I found that when it comes to criminality in Colombia, you have to make sure that you're not in the wrong place at the wrong time, dealing with the wrong people, and your numbers go down dramatically when it comes to a crime happening to you. Let's be real, guys. Most of the crimes that DC Rob and Razor Ray talk about, most of them were preventable. I'll say that again. Most guys that got off that plane in Colombia, most of the crimes were preventable. Every blue moon, you'll see a guy that was at a restaurant, an expat that was at a restaurant, and everybody got robbed at the restaurant. And you're like, hey, I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. That can happen to anybody. But most of the crimes, like 90% of the crimes that happen to expats, were preventable. You're the one that's walking around. I know I have a huge cell phone. If I'm walking around down the street in Colombia with a huge cell phone in my hand and some dudes pull up on a moto, and I knew the rule, don't be walking around outside in Colombia at a certain areas, a certain time of night with my cell phone. Who caused that? I did. I knew the rule. Were they wrong for doing the crime? Yes. But I was wrong also in a way of putting myself in danger. I know one guy said, I was coming from the grocery store in Medellin. I'm walking with my grocery bags. I'm looking like an American who just spent money with my grocery bags and my all-American look. I'm in a nice area. And yet he said, I was looking and I saw 4 young men that's usually not in my area standing there on the corner down the street. They were between my home and me. Instead of pausing and saying, you know what, let me go around another block. What does he do? F them. I'm going to walk up. They robbed it right there. Broad daylight. Oh, you want to be a tough guy? And it's 4 of us that don't belong in this neighborhood, and you think we ain't going to rob? And they robbed him. Took his groceries, his money, and his dignity. We can't continue to put ourselves in these situations and then blame the locals who have nothing to do with it. Now, blaming criminals, yes. You can blame criminals, yes. But blame the locals, blame all of Colombia for what happened to you. A lot of the crimes that happen to us are preventable based on the stats, based on the news reports, the headlines. Most of these guys that got deleted was a crime that was preventable. How, Andre? They shouldn't have never left that club with that person. They should have never let that person in their Airbnb. Some of you guys are just so hard-headed, so thirsty, so horny. It is, dude, I love coochie just like any other man. But I have never put myself in danger in the name of getting some coochie. I am not going to get myself deleted just for some coochie. And dudes set themselves up for this all the time. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But no, you as a U.S. citizen, you are not allowed, as an expat, just in general, coming to Colombia, you cannot carry a firearm. Like I said, yes, you can legally have mace. Yes, I think a knife, a small knife is legal. Not machetes, that's not legal. I also think that a bear spray, that's legal. You can have that even getting off the plane. I don't know the rule for I forget the rule for a taser. But as far as ammunition, no, not in Colombia. The military is in charge of that here in this country. The military is in charge of your training, and the military is in charge of you getting a license. Theo says, shout out to Theo in the building once again. He said, Theo says, after 20 years abroad, the most dangerous country I know is the United States. I'm still here, horrified about going out. Colombia is easy compared to South Chicago. He's never lied.
And you say Shot City, Shot City, Shot City. I'm coming home again.
I won't even lie. I'm gonna tell you guys something in all sincerity. Y'all want the truth? And this is probably the second time I've said this in 5 years. Whenever I get off the plane in the United States, I am ultra paranoid. My alertness, and it's not like it's not because something happened or somebody's looking for me or none of that. I got warrants off of my boat. If I had warrants, they'd have got me every time I came back. But it's nothing like, it's just that the America that I left is completely different because I've been gone for so many years. B, I remember how the police harassed everybody the last time I was there. So I don't know how the police are going to be harassing now. The criminality in the United States is completely different from when I left. So I kid you not, guys, when I go back to the States, there's an air of keeping my head on. I don't trust anybody. I ain't gonna lie. I don't trust no neighborhoods in the United States. If you're in a nice neighborhood, they're trying to break into your home. If you're in the hood, you're in the hood. I get so, and I'm not one of them dudes to get paranoid easy or worry ward or anything like that. It's just subconsciously, man. I'm kind of like looking around like, all right, I'm back, but all right. That's one of the and I never said this before. That's one of the reasons why I was only in the United States for 3 days 3 years ago. I found myself being so paranoid of crime. My boys was wondering, why are you so quiet, Dre? You having a good time? I'm having a good time. I'm faking it. Like if I'm indoors, I'm cool. But if I'm like at a bar or something, I don't trust none of that. Why? Because just like people in Colombians and Brazilians and Europeans see the news of what's going on in the United States, I see it. I'm not trying to go to church and get deleted in the States because y'all delete people in churches. I'm not trying to go to Target and be deleted in Target or Walmart because y'all delete people in Target and Walmart. It's been over 50 deletions in the United States, this mass deletions already. It's only been a month and a half. 50 mass deletions already in 2024. And y'all wonder why I go to the United States and I be having my head on the swivel in my own country. My own country that I love so much, that's my heart. You cut me, I bleed red, white, and blue for you. But yeah, man, I kid you not, man. I go back to the States, I don't stay long because I don't trust y'all. I love y'all, but as far as the whole country, I don't trust y'all. It's a whole new United States. It's a whole new Chicago. I don't know all them immigrants y'all got running around Chicago. Memphis, Tennessee, I got family down there. I don't trust Memphis. I don't know all them immigrants y'all got running around Memphis. I got family in Denver. I don't trust Denver. New York, I don't trust you New Yorkers. Parts of Florida, sorry, I used to go there before, not anymore. I don't know what the United States got going on. And based off the news that I'm seeing, you don't trust the United States as far as protecting you that much. So me coming back, how you think I'm going to be if you don't trust being protected by your local police forces? How you think a dude like me that ain't been back in so many years supposed to feel? So when I go back, man, this is the first time I really put it out there like this. Brothers, when I go back to the States, man, I keep my head on the swivel. I stay quiet. I stay out the way. I'm like a ghost. And you could ask my uncle. I'm like my Uncle Ghostface, but ask my uncle. When I get back to the States, I'm quiet. This animated Andre, I just go visit family, friends. I don't, When I was single, I wasn't flirting with nobody, trying to get no coochie. I'm not in everybody. I'm back in the States, baby. I'm going to everybody's club. No, I wasn't in nobody's club. I wasn't going to no sporting events. I wasn't going to no cigar bars. I wasn't going, let me go buy me some brandy. My drinking in the United States when I was there, beer. Give me a cold beer. I'll sit right here. That was my motto. Give me a beer. I'll sit right here. I'll play some spades or some dominoes. That's it. I'm quiet in the United States. Complete opposite of when I'm outside the United States and I'm going to all these other countries. Because I'm so understanding of other countries that when I get back to the States, it's like I'm meeting a girlfriend that I ain't seen in years. And she's changed. And I bet you I'm not the only one that's like that when you've been away from the States for so long. You go back and you quiet. You kind of like they say I could trust my country, but I don't know. Since I've been gone, there's been 2 presidents. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'm not coming at the United States. I'm just saying that I have changed and the United States has changed. And brother, the United States that when I was there, I could trust a little bit. I don't trust my own country like I used to at all. Give me a beer and I'll sit right here. Shout out to my man, Official Kobe, in the building. He said Democrats replacement strategy for U.S. citizens. Yes, the United States is not having enough babies anymore. Y'all act like y'all don't want to get married anymore. Y'all don't want to have no relationships. Y'all just want to have sex. And only Pookie and Ray Ray are having babies. And the federal government saying U.S. citizens are not giving birth to enough future taxpayers. So the future taxpayers got to come from somewhere. So they like, listen, open up the borders so we can let these future taxpayers in. Yep. Since y'all decided that y'all don't want to mess with American women anymore and leaving the Pookie and Ray Ray having babies, and Pookie and Ray Ray their kids are not going to be taxpayers. They're going to be the ones that's going to need you to pay for them. And since you regular money-making guys aren't having babies and all the independent business women aren't having babies except by Pookies and Ray Rays, federal government says, yeah, go and open up them floodgates. Yeah, let them all in. Let them all in. And think about it. Even if Trump wins, let's say Trump wins. I'm not saying if I'm pro or against Trump. I'm just saying, let's say Trump wins. When is the president inauguration? January, right? Early January. So Biden has until now, all the way until next year, to just let the floodgates of immigrants just run through the United States for at least the next 11 months. This ain't over. This is just the beginning. Bet this. This how serious this is about about them being the future taxpayers. Bet this. You're going to blame the Biden administration for this. But I bet you the Trump administration don't kick them out. Forget about watching the Biden administration. Y'all crying over what the Biden administration has done and is doing. Oh, y'all gonna really cry when the Trump administration don't do anything about it either. Oh, Trump and them might close the border, but they ain't kicking nobody out. Trump was not known as the president of kicking people out, was he? Was Trump known as the president of just putting immigrants out? What was he the president of? Building a wall trying to keep from immigrants from coming in. Who was the number one president kicking people out? Most people don't realize this. Barack Obama. Barack Obama kicked out more illegal immigrants than any president in U.S. history. He was putting foot to ass. You got to go. Get your ass up out of here. You take your mama too. Get her ass up out of here too. Trump, he too busy building walls. He ain't putting nobody out. Trump was not known for kicking immigrants out. Biden is known for just letting everybody in here. But Trump, he ain't kicking nobody out. So all them hundreds of thousands per city that they're going to, that these immigrants are coming, floodgating your city, they ain't going nowhere. So don't think just because you voted for Trump, those immigrants going somewhere. They ain't going nowhere. And all the immigrants that's about to come in all summer long, all next fall of 2024, all winter of 2024, and probably a month or two into the Trump administration, if Trump wins again or Biden wins again. So the brother is 100% correct. These are the future taxpayers coming through the gate. Don't y'all ever forget that part. There's a method behind their madness. Shout out, man, in the building once again. Fadi says this with the $20 super chat. He said, I've been living overseas for the past 18 years. West Africa, the Balkans, Afghanistan, and former Soviet Republic. None of which is a garden place or garden spot. Every time I go back to the United States, my spidey senses are on high alert. That's what I need. That's how I feel. You worded it just like how I feel when I go back to the States. And it's not like you do it on purpose. It's not like you read a headline that made you're not scared. It's not like you're scary. I'm not saying I'm going back to the States and I'm scary, but I like how you worded it. That's how I feel. Like my spidey senses on alert. Like I'm just noticing everything. I never smoked marijuana, not one time in my whole life. I'm a drinker. But I can say this. All you guys that sit back and say there are times when you got high with your marijuana, you got paranoid. I can relate to that getting off the plane, that feeling with getting off the plane in the United States. It's just like, as soon as I get off the plane, like my spidey, I don't trust. I don't trust when I'm going through immigration. I'm like, okay. I don't trust when I'm getting ready to get into the Uber. I don't trust when I see a police car going by. I don't trust the food. I don't trust, I kid you not. I do not trust it. And I'm like, this is supposed to be my home. No, we got 112 people in the building. Make sure you click that like button. We like you. We really do. Make sure you like us too. I love the United States. I love the United States, and I love Americans. Might not like the United States system, but I love our people in our country. And I kid you not, when I go back, that brother is 100% correct. My spidey sense is on high alert. And you don't even try to be like that, but you are. It's like the longer you're out of the States, and when you go back, that paranoia kicks in bad. He said, Andre, I have 6 months until I visit Cali and the Petronio Alvarez Music Festival. Man, you guys are going to have a good time. I ain't going to even lie. That music festival is one of my favorites. Great food, great music, free concerts. And the concerts are, I know, right, Timothy? And the concerts are, it's a competition. These are Afro-Colombian performers from all over the country. And it's a competition. So they're not coming here just to play music for the people. No, they have been training and practicing for months upon months for this performance versus the other groups. So these 5 days of concerts are a music competition of Afro-Colombian music. That's why when it was in DC a few months back, and it was the first time that they had the Petronio Alvarez Festival in Washington, D.C. on December 17th. And it was so funny. You're looking at all these black people in suits and stoic. Oh, look at the Colombians with their music. They're people that are black like us. And I'm looking at all y'all bougie black people. And these Afro-Colombians are performing their heart out to let you see your African heritage in South America, and you all are like this with suits on. Oh, look at these black people. It's so cute. What is it called? The Pasobolo Petronio. The Petrumpio? Something has to do with a trumpet. The Petrumpia Festival. The Petronio Alvarez Festival. Oh, well, whatever it is, it's so wonderful to see those blackies in South America. And then when you see the celebration in South America and you seeing 50, 60,000 people at the concert where they got to have a drone from the top so you can see everybody. I'm like, boy, even black people in America bougie on their own people. So when you guys come down here for this festival, be ready to enjoy yourself. Be ready to support each one of these booths down here. Buy a souvenir of this and a souvenir of that, of all these Afro-Colombian booths that are down here. So be ready to just enjoy it. Be ready to get lost. Be ready to be patient, because there's going to be so many people in line for desserts, so many people in line for liquors, so many people in line for food. You have to just be patient and just enjoy the whole atmosphere. There's nothing but music and instruments everywhere. Just people just enjoying themselves. And yes, the ladies they bringing the sexiness with them. It's a fashion show, like 2-day fashion show, so you can enjoy the fashion show part. Oh man, I'm telling you, man, it's nice. It is nice. It is nice. David says, he said America is returning to its origin. He said to its origin. The small wealth holding group. This is true. That's a good point. And the remaining servants of various degrees. Only the wealthy own land and homes, with few exceptions. This is true. This is true. It amazes you how many people in the United States no longer own homes, no longer own apartments or condos or townhouses. There are a lot that do, but there's a whole lot that no longer own theirs. This is so true. Corporations have come in during the pandemic and bought up everything. That is so true. Shout out to you, brother. I just read an article too for all those sisters. Shout out to our sisters who have their degrees. Let me see if I can pull it up. 50% of all degrees. No, let me see if I. 50% of all companies in the United States will no longer expect degrees. Let me see. Because I'm looking for the one. There we go. And this came out in November. And I've seen several articles on this in the United States. Nearly half of the companies plan to eliminate bachelor degree requirements in 2024. I don't know if you guys have heard about this yet back in the States, but having a degree in the United States, that's why having courses like Theo's is important, to where you can get certified in certain areas. I've been saying this for the past 5 or 6 years. Certifications will hold more weight than many degrees for jobs in the future. I'll say this again. Certification and experience will hold more weight. Having courses like my man Theo Woff's courses compared to having your 4-year degree. I kid you not, man. This came out November 29th, 2023. I've seen this for quite a while. That's one article. Let's go back. That's another one. Let's see if you guys can see that. It says how the college degree lost its value. Nearly half of U.S. companies plan to axe bachelor's degrees requirements after Walmart, Accenture, and IBM led the charge. Some 45% of companies plan to eliminate bachelor degree requirements, and 55% said that they already, I'll say this again, 55% of the companies in the United States have said that they have already eliminated bachelor degree requirements in 2023. Walmart, IBM, Accenture, and Google are among those that have led the charge. So all you do is sit up there like, I'm gonna get my bachelor's and my master's degree. You need to get with Theo and get certified, because you're more likely to make more money than blowing money on getting your bachelor's degree. So when I be hearing these sisters talk about, we got more bachelor's degrees, and we the ones with the #1 degrees, girl, too little, too late. Now, this is not a statement against sisters. I'm just saying men aren't as braggadocious about how many degrees we got compared to the ladies, the modern women. And these women are in debt for those bachelor degrees. Just think about it. You busted your butt to get that bachelor's degree, didn't you? Brothers, come on, talk to me. You bust your tail to get that bachelor's degree. And now companies are saying, psych. Companies are telling you, psych, you really don't need a bachelor's degree anymore. Some of y'all just graduated with your bachelor's 5-6 years ago. It says right now, this is January 2023. Let's look at what they said. It said that, let's scroll down or scroll back up a little bit. That entry-level jobs, let me move this out of the way. Entry-level jobs may not require college degree, but having one still gives you an edge. It says a survey from Multiverse indicates, from Multiverse? Oh, was that Marvel? Survey from Multiverse indicates that companies put a premium on degrees even when the role does not require them, especially in the United States. That was earlier 2023. Now in late 2023, 2024, they're saying, nope, you don't need no degree. They're saying your degree means nothing, my friend. Because half the companies are saying you don't need it. All that hard work you put in to get your degree, and all you had to do was reach out to Theo or whatever certification outlet, whether it be IP, International Passport, shout to him and his channel, and the Python program that he has as well. So don't feel bad if you are getting a certification and you're not just getting a degree. Let me hit to these super chats. Timothy Brown says, shout to Timothy. Timothy says, he said, do you think they will penalize passports for leaving? No. We got to realize this, guys. Of the people that use passports, most are military and most are individuals that use it for business or just for short vacationers. Us people that actually use our passports on a regular basis like we do, traveling to different countries in the world or relocating, we're a small pool. Most people, 50%, think about it, guys. You can look this one up. 50% of all U.S. passport use is for Canada or Mexico. They ain't about to do nothing about passports. Ain't nothing about to change no time too soon about passports. Why? Because most people that got them only use them for Mexico. Mexico or Canada. 50%. You can look that one up too. Y'all know I always bring the receipts. Rest of them, military guys for the most part, that can travel with their ID, of course, and their passport, and those that are traveling for business. Those of us that are relocators, and those of you who vacation travel a lot like Passport Bros do, we're just a small pool. So them making any policy changes as if we're this big entity, it's not going to happen. It really isn't. We're a small drop in the bucket when it comes to passports use. Shout out to my man Theo, who I was just talking about with the six. This is our first time ever. I want you to know this, Theo. First time ever we received a $6 super chat. I like that. He said, Americans think that they are rich, safe, healthy, and entitled to marriage. I'm like, no, Americans. You guys are poor, entitled, sick, and will die alone. And statistically, he's right. A lot of people don't admit that. And when we make this statement, it's not an attack or a shame on our country. We're just saying statistically, let's go with the poor part. You guys are poor. Statistics show that, okay, you guys know me with receipts. Let me go ahead and do my homework. Most Americans don't have $400 for emergency. Okay, here we go. Y'all know me. I'm Mr. Receipts, just like my man. Shout out to Medium Man. I'm the same way. It says the Secure Service study found that a shocking 67%. Let's talk about in the chat right now. Which I can't say the chat because most of you don't make up what the majority of Americans are, because most guys that have passports have some form of stability with their money. But the average American, 67% of Americans don't have enough money saved to cover the same hypothetical, unexpected $400 expenses. If you get an emergency in America, the average American does not have $400 for an emergency. It also says in the article, let me make sure I got you guys in the article with me. It also says that like the Fed study, a good number of secure safe survey respondents, 54%, found their savings have decreased in 2022. This was in 2022. And this article came out June 1st, 2023. Just in case you was wondering when this article came out, June 1st, 2023. Americans have no money for emergency funds. Let's go to the next article. Right here. What does that say? Actually, most Americans can come up with $400 emergency fund. This one came out August 3rd, 2023. It said that in 2022, 63% of households says yes, down from 68%, meaning that they were able to afford $400 emergency fund. Either way, the fact that they're talking about only $400. This next article that came out in May of 2023. It says that 4 in 10 Americans can't afford $400 expense. And this was Fortune magazine. So when Theo starts off with Americans are poor, Let's even go even further. 25% of let's put it like this. Let's go even further. Individuals making $100,000 a year are living paycheck to paycheck. Let's go, fellas. Come on, let's go with the receipts. Y'all know me. He said he's maybe Theo is lying. It says more than half of Americans earning over $100,000 a year live paycheck to paycheck. This article came out December 11th, 2023. 49%. Let's go to another one. The Market Watch said this. For all you ballers, 100K does not go as far as it used to, as we all know. Almost half of Americans earning $100,000 or more now say they live paycheck to paycheck. So when Theo says, guess what, Americans? You're poor. You may have a job. You may make a decent salary, but you're still living paycheck to paycheck and you don't have any savings. Next thing Theo said, we're entitled. I don't even have to research that. We all know, all of us Americans think we're bougie. We think that every country is, no country as good as ours. We might give UK and parts of Europe, Switzerland, Sweden, Austria a break. We might give Russia a break. But as far as that economic, we think every country, no country is good as America. No, we're number one everything, which is far from the truth when you travel. Sick. One of the reasons America stays sick is because we are the most expensive country when it comes to medical in the world. Second reason is we're the only country in the world that does not have paid family medical leave. There's only two countries. We're the only major country, and the other country is the island of New Guinea. Every country in the world, developed country in the world, has a form of medical care that's paid medical leave for a husband or wife or a woman that is pregnant and needs time off of work. United States is the major country on the planet that a woman can get pregnant and have the baby, and she better have her happy back at work. The only country. Look it up. There is no other country. We're the most expensive when it comes to medical, and we don't treat our diseases. We actually get people addicted to the pills. Our doctors are nothing but pill salesmen now. They work for the pharmaceutical companies. They don't work for us anymore. We're the ones that pay the doctors. America ranks number 6 in the world for malpractice lawsuits. And most of those lawsuits is because they left something in your body during surgery. A brother told me the other day, he said, well, one of the reasons I don't leave the States because, the medical doctors here in the United. I'm like, bruh, if you think that staying in the States is better and that you are not going to get full coverage than you would get in Colombia, you crazy. South America has some great doctors. It's great medical. So you crazy, bruh. The things that they do for me here in Colombia just for a regular checkup far surpasses the United States. Far surpasses what the United States would have just, United States would have said, you got a pain in your chest? Okay, let me listen to your heart. Okay. All right. Go home, get some rest. Or take these pills and go home, get some. Not here in Colombia. They hook you up like the $6 million man. All these little, do you know how many times I have had at least 8 or 9 of those little sticker things stuck on my body and I've been connected to a machine? They ain't never connected me to no machine in the States to make sure everything all right. United States blood test is like, Here in Colombia, blood test, dude, you get a blood test in Colombia, your results gonna come back like they doing, like you get your car checked out. You know how they set your car up to like the car monitor thing, and they could do a breakdown of everything that's going on in your car that you never imagined it. That's how they do in Colombia, dude. When I get back from getting just a blood exam, it's like 4 or 5 sheets just for one exam of blood. Okay, your cholesterol is this. You got this going on, but work on this. Oh, you got, man, 4 or 5 sheets of paper every single time. So when y'all sit back and be trying to act like our country is the only country with good medical, that is not true. We do have some great medical in the States. I'll say that again. We do have some great, but we're not the best, and we are not the only. We're not the best, and we are not the only. And there's nothing wrong with that. And we die alone. If I stayed in the States, I would not have the family dynamic that I have today. There's some good family dynamics in the United States, but not like South America. No. Everything is family in South America. At the end of it's kind of funny. Me and Jeffrey Ghostface, we were sitting at the bar having some beers, the same reggae and pops bar in Chippy Chape Mall that we sit at. We just sit there, watch the eye candy, just chill, be talking junk. And I saw this. Jeffrey didn't notice it. It was this female. You could tell she had the surgery. You could tell, I'm Miss Diva. I'm so sexy. Look at me, right? Very attractive. Had the height and everything, right? Yesterday. And as she walked by, she still had her grandmother on her arm. When was the last time in the United States you saw a diva walking with her grandmother arm in arm? You could tell this was a diva, hands down, no doubt. Gave off the energy, nothing wrong with that. But even at the end of the day, for a diva, she knew family's number one, because family don't die alone in South America. And in many cases, family don't die alone in North America. But in most cases, I used to work in a nursing home. They are full of lonely older people who dedicated their whole lives to ungrateful kids and grandkids that never come to visit them. And these people will die alone after dedicating their whole lives to people who are so ungrateful and never visit them in a nursing home. Andrea just got back. I said, Andrea, where you going? I got to ask Andrea which grandmother she's going to visit. I said, what's your plan for today? She said, well, I'm going to go see my grandma. I always ask her, your dad, mom, or your mom's mom? Her dad's mom is like 94, 90, 95. Her mother's mom just cracked 70 this year. No matter how much Andre is married to me and we're a family, those people are her family too. And they treat me like family more than my family back home. And my family back home love them some Dre. And I love them. But the dynamic of how we treat each other, completely different from how I get treated here in Colombia. It's completely different. family is everything. If you got money, family is everything. If you ain't got a dime, family is everything. He's right. In North America, you have a large chance of dying alone. So when this brother says poor, endangered, sick, and will die alone, he ain't lying. Because the endangered part, you can't trust the police. And guess who you can't trust also that I found out over the last few weeks? We are so programmed in the United States because the cameras are always on them. You can't trust the police. Guess who else I found out that you cannot trust the United States, Theo? The dang fire department. Did you know that the fire department statistically have left more black people in fires than any other race in the United States? They will leave a black baby in a fire that they could have rescued right at their foot before they ever leave another race in that fire. That blue, you talking about, because you never think of fire department like that, ever. They will leave you in rubble as a person of color before they leave another race in rubble after an earthquake or a major catastrophe. All those bodies that were floating around in New Orleans because they didn't take care of them people in New Orleans. Remember that? Katrina? Just imagine your local firemen being like that. Now, I'm not saying all firemen are like that. I'm not saying all. But statistically, you and I and our kids are more prone to be left in a fire in the United States compared to other cultures and races. What in the hemoglobin and haberdashery is when this? What part of the game is this? You can't even trust the fire department. Well, I was a fireman for 25 years, Andre. I never saw that, never did that. Well, there's still statistics that's out there, son, for stuff that you didn't do and you never saw, but it was still going on in other departments and other firehouses. Sorry, I'm glad that you didn't get a chance to see it, ex-firemen, but there are still firemen that were out there doing it for many a year. Just because you didn't see it in your department, just like you don't see police officers doing major crimes in your district or in your department, doesn't mean that it's not happening in other departments. So for all you current firemen and all you retired firemen that want to say that doesn't, look, do your homework. When it came across my desk, I couldn't believe the articles. Firemen leaving black families in fires on purpose. Shout out to my man Rain in the building. He said, I'm getting an agency that's working MIG on my immigrant visa. Shout out to you right now. And we'll be there Wednesday at 3 p.m. Chippy Choppy, tattoo and teeth done. I ain't mad at you, brother. Manizales, yeah. So you're going to Manizales and you're going to be here in Cali. Shout out to you. Let's link up, Rain. Make sure we link up. So make sure you shoot me an email, man, so we can link up. He said, I'm going to stay right by Chippy Choppy, and which is right down the street, really, like not even 5 minutes away from here. I'm talking about 5-minute walk. So I'm going to be in Chippy Choppy Mall. My first place ever to myself. I'm going to get a fully furnished place. Near Exito. Oh, I know I know exactly where you are. Yeah, you right down the street, man. Shout out to you. Yeah, we need to link up, brother. Theo, shout out to you once again with the $10. Theo says, hey, you are correct. He said, I have a master's in computer science, and not one company has ever asked to verify this. They only verify my certs, the certifications, the same certifications that Theo is trying to help you guys get. That's what they verify. I've been hearing about this for maybe the last 10 years. I've been hearing that certifications will take over from diplomas. I won't say about 10 years, since 2011. Well, a little over 10 years. 2011, I knew about this certifications taking over from degrees. I did know that. So when I hear people bragging about their degrees, well, I have 5 masters. All right. But he's right. He said they only verify my certs. I have over 20 certifications, and I don't even care about university. So for all you guys that sit back and like, well, my job, okay, cool, your job. But we just read the articles. They're saying a lot of companies are not going to be asking for that anymore. So shout out to Theo. We're about to wrap this one up, guys. Shout out once again to International. He said, if it wasn't for the GI Bill, he said, I would have zero desire to go to man, believe you me, as an ex-college recruiter, I helped a lot of you guys come in through your GI Bill, get into school. So I feel you're coming from a lot of guys to get back. Yep. A lot of you guys will come into the campus and say, hey, I'm going to school because they're paying for it. I might as well, I don't want it to slip by. I might as well take advantage of it. He said, because my father wanted one of his kids to have a college degree before he passed. Nothing wrong with that, brother. I ain't mad at you. I am not mad at you. Zeta says, now they 100K in debt. That's why I never want to go to college. Shout out to you. I'm about to let you guys go, get you some rest, man. Shout out to my man Wayne being in the building. He said East Indian women are the most educated group. True, this is true, in America because they study, because the area of their study and are getting their degrees in STEM. Now that's the that makes a big difference. Absolutely, that makes a big difference. So many comments. He said, "Could we get that code break? Women in white and thick security guard." Oh yeah, and that police officer is an actual police officer here in Cali, Colombia. So on this break that we're going to end the show on, that police officer, you see the female police officer at the football at the soccer game. That's Cali, Colombia, our team. She's very famous on Instagram now. She's an actual police officer here in Cali, Colombia. You'll see her walking from the back, and then you'll see her then afterwards you'll see her on the scene doing a cell phone selfie. Yeah, she's down here in Cali. Have a good night, guys. Let's get this outro going on.
Hey, son. Yeah. Yeah. Like it or love it, it's double or nothing. You ain't getting money, then you bugging. Damn fat, you know I'ma hug it. Lowe's by the truck. up the budget, cashing it in, damn I'm a bucket. OD, you know I overdoes it. If it ain't moolah, we cannot discuss it. Her name ain't Erica, she finna bust it. Her name ain't Mega, but yeah, she a stallion. The way that we dressin' ran out of Italian. New chain bustin', peep the medallion, pour your own troubles out by the gallon. Her name ain't Lotta, but she from the south. Her name ain't Ruby, she got a big mouth. Putting it in, she staking it out. Putting it in, she staking it out. She like salsa, one in a hole, just like a golfer. If you ain't leeching, what can you offer? Ain't got it, they just be talking. Ain't got it, they just be talking. They gon' tell you what you wanna hear. Yeah, put you in a nice pair. Best if you don't listen.
All this shit from me, I'm making her wet. It's double line, they know we the set. They know we up next, that's why they upset. Diamonds on me, and you know it's baguettes. Falling so hot, man, I need me a rap. If you ain't on time, then you didn't left. Can't live in the past, ain't got no regrets. Ain't looking for love, just want me. Like it or love it, still gotta respect it. How you in first, but you coming in second. They watching your next, so you gotta protect it. Running it up and we breaking the records. You gave us your last, you should've just kept it. Eyes on me as soon as I step in. The eye on me, you know what I'm reppin'. It's eyes, so yeah, you know what we dressin'. Our blessings is coming, they know that we destined. Like it or love it, they know how we coming. Just send us the budget, send us the budget. She wanna second, my hands on weed. She tell me don't touch it. We bringing them vibes, they know we don't force it. Tell them don't rush us. Don't rush us at all. Hate us or love us, it really don't matter. Ain't holding no grudges.
Like it or love it, it's double or nothing. You ain't getting money, then you bugging. Damn fat, you know I'ma hug it. Lows by the truck, up the budget, cashing it in. Damn I'm a bucket. OD, you know I overdoes it. If it ain't moolah, we cannot discuss it. Her name ain't Erica, she finna bust it. She want me to touch it, I'm making her cream. Like she a Russian, she for the team. She bring her cousins, I'm bringing my brothers. Now it's the scene and we are for bean. Like it or love it, I had you just dub it. Ain't no in between, no in between. She for the streets, feeling so geek. She for the streets, feeling so geek.
Like it or love it, they know how we coming. Just send us the budget, send us the budget.